Welcome, everyone. We are so excited about day 2 of our National Stamping Month Day event workshops. We hope if you joined us yesterday, you enjoyed it and loved those cards that we created. And today we're going to be doing a brand new workshop using the same stencils, but a different stamp set and different thin cuts and a whole different design. These were also designed by one of our makers, Jennifer Smith in Canada, and she did a beautiful job on the art. I think you're going to love it. We're going to be doing a lot of cutting. So what you're going to need in front of you is your workshop packet, your paper trimmer, and you're also going to need your die cutting machine. So let's take a look at the cards that we're going to be creating today. Oh, you know what? Look at those beautiful things while I introduce everyone today. I forgot that part. I'm going to be doing the cutting today, and then Monica is going to be teaching you the stenciling and putting the cards together.
Hi everyone, I'm here, ready to go.
And we have Cassidy here on comments today.
Hello, hello.
And we have Ashley back from her vacation running our cameras. We're happy to have her back. She's always so much fun to have around. She doesn't have a mic though, so she says hello, everyone. And now you can look at these cards. Aren't those fun? I think you're gonna love making them. I love the juxtaposition of the black and white being what everything's stamped in, no color added to those flowers, and letting those stencils that we're going to be playing with today shine in the background in the colors that you see in these cards. I think you're going to have fun making them. So let's grab our packets.
Karen, before we get going, why don't we tell everybody, or I can tell everybody, how to join the giveaway part of it.
That's a smart thing. Also, I forgot to acknowledge Jeanette, so maybe we should back up again.
No worries, no worries.
She was ready to get cranky.
Yeah,
today.
I was like I'm
go.
ready to
She's
pull out
getting
that
after
trimmer and that. Yes, I was. So let's do two really important things. Let's first talk about Jeanette, because she should first and foremost always be in that position. She is our owner and founder. She started this wonderful company in her garage. It's kind of hard to believe, and look what we've become. We are all grateful to her for what she created and what it is in all of our lives. This really does add joy. I'm guessing you will agree since you are here to join us. So thank you, Jeanette, for this vision that you have and the company that you've created. Now let's talk about giveaways. If you would like to be entered in our giveaways today, then you can see right here on the slide that you're looking at what you need to do. You need to either like, comment, or share with your friends. You can do them all, and we will be randomly choosing from the people who do those things to do our giveaways. I think there are 2 giveaways today. One that I'll be doing right at the end of our cutting, which we will have earned. There's a lot of cutting in this one. And then I think Monica will be doing a giveaway at the end of creating the cards. So it'll be tons of fun for you to be here and be entered into those giveaways. Now, my goodness, now let's look at our packet. So pull out your, you've got your stamp set with the coordinating thin cuts in it. We will be using those thin cuts, so just keep it kind of close by. We're going to do all the straight cutting first. Then you have your cards and envelopes and these fun black die cut shapes that you'll be using to embellish your cards. You can leave all of those in there for now. What we want to pull out is all of the 12 by 12 paper. And let's see what I want to pull over here to put under me while I cut. I'm just going to do this little all-purpose mat to protect the table and move the other things out of the way until we are ready to use those. I'm sure Monica will want to pull those in. Monica and I, when we teach together, it's kind of a good thing. We like the same exact setup for all of our stuff. So it's nice. We can just spell each other off and everything's right where we want it.
For the paper trimmer placement, that's the only thing we differ.
Paper, oh, because of where the arm is on the top
because
or the
you
bottom?
do yours upside down.
You're right, I do it upside down. So, but any of you, this is confusing to you, just listen to the numbers and do your trimmer with it on the top if that's the way you like it. It's interesting though, we have done during events some asking of what everyone does, and we're always surprised. I always thought I was the oddball that likes it this way, but there are a lot of other people that like it as crazy as me. Okay, we're going to start out with, I'm going to tell you the papers we need first. We're going to grab the black cardstocks. As you can see, the papers in this kit are very basic, right? Black and white, which is fun. The color is going to come from the inks. So we'll do the black papers, then the white papers, if you want to just kind of put the blacks on top, and then we're going to come over to our trimmer. I should do a little bit of a disclaimer. Most of the straight cuts I'm going to do just like they are on the cutting guides. When we get to the part where we're going to be doing all of our die cutting, then I have done it a little bit differently than is on the guide because I think it'll be a little faster for us. If it's confusing to you what I do, feel free to follow your guide. But I actually think you're going to be thrilled to be able to get these cuts done a little bit faster because there's a lot of die cutting here. Okay, we're going to start out by putting our paper in our trimmer at 4 1/4. And you may want to just set up a little area to be able to put all your pieces in for projects 1 through 4. There's 4 projects, and then you'll be cutting enough to make 4 of each project. So we did a 4 1/4 inch cut. Then we're going to turn this and cut 2 pieces that are 5 1/2. I have also got a pencil here next to me, and I am going to label these with their numbers. I always label on the back side, which you may be going, what are you talking about, Karen? We're using cardstock. It's the same on the front and the back for these 2 colors. You are right. But when I put it through my trimmer, you probably have noticed this too. When you run it through, the top is a little smoother than the bottom. It has a little bit of a ridge. So I still like to use the side that was on the top as the front. These 2 pieces are 3A, so I'm going to label those with 3A and add them to my stack of things for project 3. Let me see if I can get a little more organized here so that I have a little more space for all of that. Okay, that's going to go for project 3. Then we're going to do that exact same thing again, 4 1/4. I have to say the stamp set that's part of what we're making today is just absolutely gorgeous. I love it so much. 5 1/2. Oh, and also, while I'm cutting, I should mention, we're going to be using our circle thin cuts for this workshop, so you'll want to make sure to have those close by. And if you don't, you can always use, if you have a digital cutting machine, I can tell you what sizes we're cutting and you can just throw yours in while we're cutting ours. These are also 3A. Okay, we're going to grab our second piece of black paper now, and we're going to do the same thing all over again, only we're going to give them different numbers this time. So go to 4 1/4. And we're going to cut 2 pieces that are 5 1/2. You guys will have to tell us in the comments if you were here with us yesterday playing and learning. Okay, these 2 are 4A. Obviously, you're going to have 4 of each piece to be able to make 4 of each card. So then we need to do that exact same thing again. Go to 4 1/4. And 2 of them that are 5 1/2. Again, these are 4A. Now we're going to do something. We're going to do all of our straight cuts, like I said, and then go back and do our die cutting. But we are going to cut the pieces that we're going to die cut out of so that we can stack some of them and get some die cuts done a little faster. So what we're going to do with this next piece of paper is cut 4-inch squares. So the whole paper will get used up. We're going to go to the 4-inch mark. There. Do the same thing here. So we'll end up with 3 strips of paper that are 4 inches. Then what we're going to do is just make them into 4-inch squares. So you can go backwards if you want, or forwards. But if you go backwards like I am, go to 8 inches and cut, then 4 inches and cut. We'll do that with each of those strips. What I'm going to do with these, I'm going to have a little separate area that I'm putting all the papers that I'm cutting for die cutting. So I'm going to put these just in a stack by themselves. I'm not going to put them with any of the projects. Then we're going to take the next piece of black cardstock. We're going to pretty much do the same thing, but we don't need quite as many. So let's do 2. Well, we need to do all 3 strips at 4 inches again, and then I'll tell you how many to cut of those. So 4 inches and 4 inches. So these first two strips, we need to cut the whole thing. So we're going to go to 8 inches, then 4 inches again, and get 3 4-inch squares here. And we're going to do the same thing on this next one. And then on this last 4-inch strip, we just need 1 4-inch square from that one. And those can go in that exact same stack that we were just making for die cuts that are 4 inches, okay? All of this that I've left over here is leftover paper, so if you make any mistakes later and need some black paper, you can keep that on hand because those are some nice, good-sized ones. All right, now we are going to move on to white daisy cardstock. So let's get our first piece. You should have used all your black now. And now we're moving on to this big stack of white paper. We're going to do a cut at 4 inches. And then we need 2 pieces that are 5 1/4. Let's turn it and do 2 of those. 5 1/4 and 5 1/4. This little piece here, the bottom's leftover. These 2 pieces that we just cut are going to be 3B. So I'm just going to write that on the back of them. Add them to my stack for project 3. And now we're going to do that again. Let's put it in at 4 inches. And we're going to cut 2 at 5 1/4. This little guy's left over again. And these 2 pieces are the other 2 that are 3B. 3B and 3B. Add that to project 3. Then I still have a piece here that's 4 inches wide, and I actually need to do this exact same thing again. We're going to go to 5 1/4. Then 1 more 5 1/4. And these 2 are going to be 4B. 4B and 4B. So put those in project 4, leftover paper. Now we're going to move to our next piece. And here's where we're going to go a little bit rogue, okay? We're going to start out at 4 inches. Make that 4-inch cut. Then we need 2 pieces that are 5 1/4, just like that last sheet we just cut. Just 2 pieces here. 5 1/4, 5 1/4. Then this little guy is left over. These 2 pieces are the other 2 4Bs. Now, let me tell you what we're going to do with what we got left here. We're going to put it in our trimmer at 3 inches. Then we need to cut 4 3-inch squares from this one. So if you start and go backwards, you can go to 9 inches, 6 inches, and 3 inches. And you'll have 4 3-inch squares. So these are also going to be for our die cutting. So put those next to that stack of black ones that you have that are the 3-inch ones. We're going to be doing several different stacks for die cuts that are different sizes. And if you'll just keep them all like in their own little stack, then when I say grab the stack of 3 by 3 whites, you'll know exactly what to grab. Okay, the next cut we're going to put into our trimmer at 2 1/2 inches. And then we're going to cut 4 pieces that are 2 inches. So if you want to go backwards with me, we'll go to 10 inches, 8 inches, 6 inches, and 4 inches. And you can add those to a stack, like start your own stack for those little guys. Then with what's left here, we need to turn it and go to, so it's tall in your trimmer, go to 2 inches. And what you've got here, when that little piece comes off, is a 2 by 4. We need 2 2-inch squares. So turn it sideways again, cut it 2. And you've got two 2-inch squares. So start a pile for 2-inch squares. Okay, now we are going to, with this piece that's left, we're going to go into our trimmer at 2 inches. This guy that I just cut off, that should be a 1/2 inch, is left over. And what we're going to do here is cut 4 of them that are 3 inches long. So we're going to go to the 9-inch mark, the 6-inch mark, and the 3-inch mark. And you've got 4 pieces now that are 2 by 3. So this one is also going to have its own stack. We can get rid of these little guys over here. They're left over. And we can now move to our next piece of white daisy. And again, I'm going to do it differently than what you're seeing on the guide. I'm going to continue just cutting for die cuts at this point. So here's what I need you to do next. Put this in at 3 inches. And we're going to cut 3-inch squares again. So put this into your trimmer and you can go to 9 inches, 6 inches, and 3 inches. And we have a stack already that we started for 3-inch squares, so it can go into that stack. This next piece that we're going to cut, we're going to go to 3 inches again. Then we're going to turn it and we're going to cut all 2-inch pieces. We're going to end up with 6 pieces that are 3 by 2. So if you go to 10 inches.
A lot of comments saying that they think that this is a great way to do the cutting. It's
Oh,
making
good.
it a
I'm
little
glad.
easier.
I think it will make it so much easier for us when we get to that die cutting. So I'm just moving to 8 inches, just doing 2-inch increments here. 6 inches, 4 inches, and 2 inches. So you just got 6 pieces that were 3 by 2. We already have a stack for our 3 by 2s. We're going to add those to that. Then we are going to do that exact same thing one more time. Put it in at 3 inches. Set that guy aside. Take this piece we just cut and we're going to do that again, all 2-inch pieces. So 10, 8, 6, 4, 2. So that gave you 6 more 3 by 2s. Add that to that same 3 by 2 stack. And then all we have to do now is cut one more piece that is 2 by 2. So let's put it in our trimmer, 2 inches and 2 inches. That you can add to the little stack of 2 by 2s. This is all leftover. So I'm keeping all of my larger pieces like this, just in case we make any mistakes while we're die cutting and you need to go cut another piece out, then you'll have that stack.
Quick question.
Yes.
Someone made a comment that said they've never cut individual pieces for die cuts. They usually just cut from a strip. Is there pros and cons to doing
Yes.
either?
You can stack them this way. So we can put 2 pieces through our die cutting at the same time. We could have folded them, but I wanted them to, I feel like if this is new to someone, it will be a little bit easier for them to see it this way. So what we're going to do is when we put it through our die cutting machine, we're actually going to stack 2 together and we'll get 2 of the same cut.
There you go, Sharon. That's why we.
That is
been
why
doing individual pieces.
There
Make
is
it
a
a little
method to
easier
our
for
crazy
you.
madness, right?
Method to the madness.
Yes, we try anyway. Okay, we are going to go on to our next white daisy piece, and now we're cutting for the cards again, actual pieces for the cards. So we're going to put this one in at 8.5 inches. Keep this guy because we're going to need him. We're going to turn this the other direction, and we need 3 pieces that are 3.5. That's why I like to go backwards. I don't have to keep moving it into my trimmer. It just slides right through, but I thought that one might confuse you if I went backwards on that one. So we've got 3 pieces right now that are 3.5 by 8.5. This guy's leftover, but this piece right here is 3.5 inches wide. We're going to put it in our trimmer this direction and cut at 8.5. So that gives us our 4th 3.5 by 8.5. This guy's leftover, so put him over to the side. And these 4 pieces are all 1A. So I'm just going to turn those over and we're going to label them 1A. And we don't have a stack yet for project 1, so this will be the beginning of that. Now we're going to cut our next piece of paper exactly the same. So let's put it in our trimmer at 8.5. Then we'll turn it and do 3 pieces that are 3.5. Little guy is left over. Then this is another 3.5 inch piece. So we're going to put it in our trimmer at 8.5. That guy's left over, and these 4 pieces are going to be 2A. And we're starting our stack for project 2 with those. Okay, now we are going to do, guess what? 2 more pieces of white daisy exactly like we just did them. So let's put this in at 8.5. Set that one aside. Go 3 pieces that are 3.5. Then we have a strip left over here. Then we're going to take that one and cut another 8.5 inch piece. And that's going to add to our stack. These 4 pieces are 1B. And yes, they are the exact same size as 1A. And you might be wondering how that's going to work. You will see. It is not a mistake. 1B, 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 and 1B.
I'm just curious, how many of you cut your paper like Karen upside down, and how many of you use it right side up?
It's a good question. We'll see how the group does today. Okay, 8.5 inches, guys. One last paper like this. Then we're going to turn it, do 3 3.5s. I'll tell you why I like my trimmer this way. And it's really interesting. One of the artists in the studio said to me not long after I started, I want to know why you do it that way. And I told her it's because I like these measurements right next to me and the arm right here where I can rest. It's easier for me to hold it still as I'm pulling toward me than pushing away. And she's like, that just seems so foreign to me. And she said, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to see if I like it. And she tried it and she said, I like it for some things and some not. And so when I look at her desk, it's really funny to me because sometimes I see her with it upside down like me. Yeah. And sometimes I see it the other direction. Okay, we need to take this last piece.
I can barely figure out the tick marks right side up, so that's the way my brain is trying to figure out backwards.
Okay, we've got these 4 that are 3.5 by 8.5, and we're going to label all of these with 2B. Again, yes, it's correct that they're the same size as 2A.
They're asking, Karen's way is upside down, so that's upside down. Right side up would be the numbers facing us.
Yeah, Monica would say the right way and the wrong way. Okay, we have one more piece of paper to cut. I forgot to cut it earlier. It's also for die cuts. We need to cut this whole thing into 3-inch squares. So we're just going to cut 4 3-inch strips. And then go back and cut these into each 4-inch or 3-inch squares, excuse me. And I know we already have a stack of 3-inch, so it's probably good I did this last, even though I didn't mean to. this needs to go into a different 3-inch stack because this is for a different kind of die cut than the other 3-inch stack. So actually keep this stacked right next to you. And what we'll do is die cut this first. Okay, and then there won't be any confusion. I love it when I think of ideas on the fly. I just was like, oh no, they're going to be confused.
We're pretty 50-50 over here.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I feel like it is. Surprising, huh?
Here too.
Yep. I have to say that I didn't expect it to be 50-50 the first time we asked. I really thought most people would say Karen's crazy. Her brain is not working like a normal person. And honestly, it was half and half. I was really surprised.
Yeah, they're pretty 50-50 over here. I can't read the numbers when I do that.
Okay, I've got mine cut into 3-inch squares. I'm keeping this 3-inch square stack separate than the other one. Right here next to me. We're done with our straight cuts. What we're going to do next is move on to die cutting. So you can put away your trimmer for now. Let's grab our die cutting machine. I'll be using the Close to My Heart die cutting machine, which is an awesome machine. But if you have a different one, it's okay. No worries. You can cut it that way too. So we need this guy. And I'm going to be grabbing my platform. We're going to need our die cuts. So I'm going to grab that stamp set. And we didn't even really take a minute to look at that stamp set. So let's look at it on the close-up camera. Look at what a gorgeous stamp set this is and how many coordinating thin cuts there are to go with it. I love it. The sentiments are great. Sending you a hug, to the most amazing friend, to a very special friend. You can mix and match those, that's kind of fun. We aren't using all these pieces today. So when I show you the die cuts and which ones to grab when we get to die cutting the flowers, you're going to want to pay really close attention to make sure you're grabbing the right one. So we have this that we're going to be using to die cut. All I'm going to do is pull out the die cuts. And I'm going to show you what I like to do. This doesn't mean you have to do it. I just want to show you, maybe some of you will like this. I don't love the sticky on this flap when I go to use them because it keeps closing. So I like to cut the flap off. Just right even with the top of the magnet. If you've never had our die cuts before, then you might not know that they're on a magnet sheet, which is so handy. And I can just slide this sheet out to cut these die cuts. So I'm going to do that so that they're ready to use when we get to these. And then I can put them right back in there afterwards and not have to worry about that darn little sticky flap getting in my way. All right, so I'm going to move this over here by where we're die cutting. And you can come back. There we go. I'm going to put that there. Then I'm also grabbing our Close to My Heart circle thin cuts. And so this is what I was talking about. We're using these thin cuts. You may have other methods that you want to cut circles with. So the two sizes we're going to use, on the cutting guide, it tells us that we need some 3-inch circles and some 2 3/4-inch circles. Well, the Close to My Heart die cuts actually don't have a 2 3/4. They have a 3, a 2.5, a 2, a 1.5, and a 1. But the 2.5, you may see the note on your cutting guide saying if you're using the Close to My Heart circle thin cuts, you'll use the 3-inch and the 2.5, which is what we're going to do today. And so let's start with the 2.5, which is the next to the largest one. And this stack that I just had you keep handy, we're going to cut this whole stack with this circle thin cut. Not all at once. We can't quite do it that well, but what we can do is cut 2 at once. So I'm just going to put those on my what is this called? Cutting mat. There we go. Then I'm also going to grab, do you remember that stack of 4-inch squares we did with the black paper? I'm also going to grab that stack. So grab that. That's probably up next to all those other ones that we created. And these are going to be 3-inch circles. I can fit all of this on here at once. It's all about maximizing our time, right? So we're going to put those on, 2, stack 2 together. I'm going to grab some washi tape. I'm going to put my 2.5-inch circle on the white ones, the 2 white. And I'm going to put my 3-inch circle on the 2 black. I love keeping the magnet sheets right next to where I'm cutting because then I can always put them back as I grab other die cuts and they don't get lost. Sometimes they tend to get under things on my table and then I'm trying to find that where they are, and our magnet sheets just make that so nice that I can put them right on there and find them again quickly. Okay, so I'm going to just use some washi tape to hold those into place. You may have masking tape, whatever you've got is fine. And then I'll put my platform on and we will roll these through. So we're going to cut 4 circles with 1 time through the cutting machine. If you have a smaller cutting mat and a different machine, you may not be able to do the black and the white together. So just adjust depending on which machine you might have. All right. And all I'm going to do now is take these circles. If you are using washi tape, be really careful when you pull it off when you first use brand new washi tape so you don't tear your paper. And I'm just going to put that right on the top of there because I'm going to continue to use it as long as it's sticky enough. I'm going to do the same thing here. And all we're going to do is make a big stack of the black circles and a big stack of the white circles. We need a total of, I will tell you, 1, 2, 3, 4 times 4, 16 of the white circles, and I think the same number of the black circles too, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm just going to double check myself. 9 plus 7, 16. Yep, we're going to do 16 of both sizes. So we'll need to do this 8 times. What I just did, we're going to do it again. So I'm just putting all my white circles in a stack and all my black circles in a stack up here. So I'm going to grab 2 more pieces of the black paper and 2 more pieces of the white paper. Oh, see what I'm saying? I already misplaced my 3-inch circle. There it is. Okay. Then we need 2 of the white squares. Stack those guys together. Add that 2.5-inch circle. And we'll run that through. This is my workout for the day.
We still offer this machine, right?
Absolutely, we do. Yes, we do.
This is the best.
It is the best machine for sure. I love it. I have to admit, when we first started carrying it, I wasn't sure because I was used to a whole different machine. And once I started using it and just got used to a few of the things that were different than the machine that I was using, I was able to go, oh my gosh, not only does it cut better, it gives me so many cool options. Like you can adjust the tension over here on the side.
I'm going to drop a link to the YouTube.
Okay, that'll be perfect.
Yeah, we did a whole video on how to use this machine and what's cool about it.
Will you also drop a link to the machine on our website?
Yeah, yeah.
That would be great, Cass. So anyone who's not sure about this machine, you can watch that YouTube video and see all the fun features about it. And then if you think it looks like a machine that you would enjoy as much as I do, then you can also hop over to the link that Cassie's going to share where it is on the website. Okay, so we've done that twice now. 6 more times, friends. We got this. This is just going to give us a little practice before we move on to flowers, because if you're going, what? We have to do this 6 more times. You just wait. We got lots of flowers to cut. And then I'm going to teach you another trick after we cut our flowers that I think might be new for some of you. We're going to have lots of fun new tricks today. I'm glad there were people who asked about why we were doing the paper we were for cutting. That tells me that there are some people who maybe are going to have a few times today that they go, oh, cool, never thought of that.
When that happens.
Yes, I love it when that happens. We had someone make a suggestion once. We also do this thing a few times a year, 3 times a year, called Album Retreat. We actually have one open right now that you could register for till October 10th, where you make a whole album. And we had a suggestion once that kind of blew our minds. We pre-cut all the stuff for you for those album retreats. And some of them are little teeny tiny digital cuts. So you don't have to cut them. You just get the packets and get to put them all together with us. And someone made a suggestion when we were giving them some words that had lots of letters and they were kind of small. They were like, why don't you create a little tick to attach those letters together so that when we pull them out of our packet and when you guys have to pack them in our packet, the words together, and then we just snip off those little tabs. And we were in the art studio, we were all like, what? That's the best idea ever. So if you guys have done very many album retreats, any of you, you may have noticed that the last album retreat that had some words, we put little tabs that held those letters together. That was one of those moments for me. Mind blowing.
Someone asked why we don't have the magnetic cutting mat, but it is on the website.
The magnetic cutting, I think it's just a preference. If you want to use the magnetic cutting mat, I'm not sure. I think we just have still some inventory, so you can still buy it on the website. But I prefer this one. I feel like it's a little bit heftier, sturdier for me to put through. But if you like that magnetic one, you go. I mean, you can use whatever you want.
There are some on the website if you want to grab one.
Alrighty, ready to go through again. We're just going to do this till we run out of these squares in these two stacks, which is why I had you keep them separate from the other 3x3 white ones. You guys can't see Cassidy, but she's wearing an Alabama cap, and I'm a huge, huge football fan. I am not a huge Alabama fan, but I have lots of respect for Alabama, and it is football season. If you're a football fan out there, let us know who your college team is and who your pro team is.
Karen heard all about the debacle. My husband is anti-Alabama.
Is he?
Yes, he's a Florida State man.
Oh, well, I get that.
And it was like a cardinal sin in my home last week when I put this hat on. But listen, I only bought it for the color.
Well, can we say that Florida State also has that color?
Yeah, but
it's a little purplier, though.
Yeah, it's a little purplier. I have blonde hair. If none of you know me, I have like really bright blonde hair. There's just some things that wash you out, and the Alabama red is just really hitting for me. And
I love that color.
This hat.
It's a big color this year in home decor too, Pat.
Yeah, very true.
I love that color.
The little white A. It's
cute.
The aesthetic is there for me. So, do I care about the team? No, but do I love the aesthetic? Yes.
Well, anybody who wears Alabama can pretty much almost always feel proud of their team because they are perennially a great team. Although this year they've lost a game or two, and they moved down to number 12 in the rankings last week. Shocker.
Shocker. No, we had a whole discussion. He's like, I think we need to get you a new hat. I'm like, probably not.
If you can find a team that is this color and also has that little white A, then you can.
If you can find one that's the aesthetic, sure. Right? Yeah. No, I did tell him to roll tide. I literally said roll tide as I walked out of the house. He was not happy with that.
Our son married into a family they're huge Alabama fans, and he has never liked Alabama, so he's had to swallow his pride a little bit and cheer along for Alabama with all of his in-laws.
The big one here in Utah is the BYU-Utah feud. What are you? You're BYU, right?
Yeah, go blue. But you know what? I told my boys, I don't care if Utah, because my boys all played college football, but they didn't end up playing at BYU or Utah. They played at Southern Utah University. But when they were being recruited by both of those schools, and they were like, Utah? Because they grew up in a BYU house, and I'm like, you guys, whoever wants to pay for your education, I will be cheering for them.
100%.
I would have had on my Utah red.
Wasn't that Leanne Toohey in The Blind Side? She said something like, I will not wear that.
She was a Ole Miss fan, and he was considering, I think, Auburn or something in that movie.
She's like, I'll be there, but I will not be caught in that orange. See, you guys, it's a real thing. Some colors just really wash you out. Orange is not one of my colors.
I'm yellow. Yellow's not good for me, and I didn't ever have to do the yellow team. Well, that's not true. When my boys were little, they played for the Bears, and they were yellow and black, and I just wore black.
I feel like you look very cute in yellow just because you have dark hair.
Oh, you're nice to say that. I feel like it makes me look really washed out. So I'm guessing there aren't tons of football fans out there.
Oh, no, they're going off over here.
Oh, are they?
Yep. Dallas. Can't wear anything except Illinois blue and orange around my town.
Oh yeah.
People are University of Texas fans.
It's handy for you Illinois people that the Bears are also orange and blue. So if you're an Illinois fan and a Bears fan, you just have to buy one outfit.
Krista Hirschberger says, East Coast girl here, so it's Eagles season over here.
Oh, and see, I grew up Eagles. Krista, I love you, but I grew up the Eagles were not who we cheered for because I grew up in a Dallas household. My dad was a big Cowboys fan back in the Roger Staubach days when they would play. It was always the Cowboys and the Steelers, but also big rivalry with the Cowboys and the Eagles because they're in the same division.
Yeah. I've been a big fan of Coach Prime this year. University
Me
of Colorado.
too.
I like what he's doing over there.
Yeah, he's got it going on.
Yeah.
The thing that's crazy about that, he was coaching in a lower division before he came to Colorado, and he brought a lot of his players with him.
Yeah.
And they're winning in Division
Yep.
1. That's so good.
Yep. Krista says, oh gosh, sorry. Oh my, they're, come on, Karen. Cowboys are our rivals.
I know, Krista. I totally know. But I mean, how do you cheer against those Cowboys back then? And I have to say now, I got a little part of my heart that cheers for the Cowboys because I swear to you that Dak.
Dak Prescott?
Yes, he is my son reincarnated. Easton and Dak are twins. And I get it all the time. People always say when they meet Easton, he looks just like Dak Prescott. So, anyway.
Sorry for everyone that hates football.
Yeah, we'll try and move on to something else. Let's
Yes.
move on to something crafty. But I needed just a minute of football, you know?
Hey, you started it with the Alabama comment.
I did. Totally did. I was looking up here as I was cutting. Cassidy's right in my line of sight. And I was like, let's talk about Cassidy's hat. She's worn it a couple of times and when she wore it the first time, I knew the story of her husband not being thrilled about the hat. So I thought I'd bring it up.
It's my fall hat. I'm not gonna be shocked if it goes missing one of these days.
Yeah.
They're agreeing with your Easton comment.
Yeah?
They were like, oh my goodness, he sure does.
Yeah, he does. He looks like they're. In fact, I think that if Easton were to show up in Dallas for some reason and walk through the airport, he would have people asking for his autograph. It's that close. Okay, this is our last one. You guys, look how we did that. Football gets you through lots of things.
Or the ones that don't like football have us muted right now.
I'm sure, yeah. They're like, good, I don't need to listen. I can concentrate on cutting.
For us poor girls that have Monday night football, Thursday night football, and Sunday night football on throughout the week.
And Sunday day. And then Saturdays are college football. Sometimes Friday night. And I like to watch high school football too. And there's always one broadcast on Friday night.
Well, so for the ladies, this is the reprieve.
Yeah.
This is girl time now.
Yeah. I actually love it. But I know that I'm like probably in the minority of most women. I will turn it on as early or before Dan will walk in and turn it on. In fact, okay, fun fact. It'll say bad things about me. When I was a little girl, I used to pretend I was sick sometimes on Sundays if the Cowboys were playing during church. And I was little, okay? I've repented and it's all good. All right, we've got all our circles cut. You can move your circle die cuts out of the way. We're gonna move on to our flowers. We just got our warm up. That was like just our stretches. Now we're ready to play our game because this is serious die cutting now.
Those were our stretches.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start out with the 3x3s. So grab your 3x3 stack, that second stack that I told you to keep separate. And we are going to, these we can do 2 at a time, and I can't do another cut at the same time because the cuts that we're about to do would be on both of the pieces. Does that make sense? So what I can do is just 2 pieces at a time. So if you look over at those white daisy stacks we made, that tells you we're going to be cutting quite a bit. So put 2 pieces of the 3x3, and we are going to, I'm going to grab I made myself a little diagram so that I can show you how to fit these on here. So let me find my diagram for myself. All right, we need to look at our thin cuts here. We need to get the flower that is right here. Can you see the one where the petals are a little more pronounced? We need that guy. We're going to put him on here. And we definitely are going to want to have something to hold these down because it's going to be a tight fit. So put that one on. Then come back to your die cut sheet. Can you see this little flower? He's the smallest, roundest flower. We need that. I'm just going to sit it here for a minute because we need to fit a few other things. There's also a half flower right here. You can see that that's the little part that attaches to the stem, then it's kind of flat here, and then the flower. It's the half flower. Looks like that. That's going to go on. Then we need 2 of the leaves. We need this big guy that looks kind of ruffly. Okay, we need that. And then we need 1 more leaf. There's 2 more leaves on here. There's one that's slightly bigger than the other. We want the one that's a little bit bigger. This little guy we don't need. Okay, so I'm going to tape those on there. So you just need to configure yours so they fit. I just wanted to make sure I could fit them all before I taped the rest. And what we're going to do when we cut these, we are not even going to like put them in stacks of projects. We're just going to stack each of these pieces, the big flower, the half flower, the little flower, the different sized leaves. And then as Monica builds these cards with you, she'll just grab from those stacks to put them together. Okay, so we've got this. We're going to cut that, put our platform on and run that through. Okay, so we got our first one of these through our machine, and we are going to start our stacks. Okay, so I have my stack for the black circles and my stack for the white circles, and now I'm going to start stacks for each of these flowers and leaves that we're cutting. See if I can do this where you can see everything. And then I'm just going to keep these right here on my thing because I'm going to do the same thing through this whole 3x3 stack. Same exact thing we just did until that 3x3 paper that we've got here to cut is gone. Be really careful pulling that washi off. Don't tear your pieces. We got to stamp these too. Last one to pull off here. Okay, so these 2 guys can now go in the trash. We're going to grab 2 more and do that all again. This little flower seems to fit the best right in the middle, and then I can fit those last 2 pieces down here. This tape not only holds the the die cuts on, but it also holds the paper down so it's not wiggling. I made these cards already this whole workshop once, and I am loving these cards. I have used them already to put with birthday gifts and just thank you cards and all the things that you can use these for. I have loved the look of these. I think the art's beautiful. get our workout in. I told you this is my workout, sort of tongue in cheek, but really it's true because we're also going to be stamping all of these guys. So it's going to be a workout today.
You gotta shift the machine so you get both arms, Karen.
Oh, I should.
You'll just have one
I'll have
healthy
one
arm.
really, one Popeye arm and one little skinny olive oil arm. Okay, next pieces. Yep, we got this one plus one more time of this configuration. After this one, we'll do the stack. If you're looking at your stack of white papers, we'll grab that really big stack and get that one out of the way. We do have one that has lots of pieces. I think it's the 3x2 stack. We'll do it next. Okay, let's run this one through. How many of you have never die cut this way before? And does it make you happy to know that you can do this and get several out of one time through? On the Close to My Heart workshops, these I mentioned earlier, but if you weren't here yet, you may have missed it. This workshop was actually designed by one of our makers. And their guides don't have to fit the same exact stringent guidelines that we follow on the guides that we do here at Close to My Heart. And so sometimes things are done a little differently on theirs, but our guides, this is how we do our die cuts. Anytime we can put them multiple ones on a paper and stack like this, we do, just to make that go fast and easy for you when you are creating any of our workshops that require die cutting. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay?
They're doing good.
They're just so busy they can't comment, I'm sure, just like me. Trying to talk and do this at the same time is a trick. All right, now we're on our last two 3x3s right here. Get these put back on and run this through. One last one in the middle here. Oh, that tape ended up on a different piece, so we're gonna get a new one. All right, here we go. Feels good to have one stack of these done, right? One stack of flowers done. Okay, let's put these in our stacks and then I'll tell you which die cuts you can put back on your magnet sheet. I think it's this half flower. Let me double check. Yes, we can get rid of the half flower and the baby flower. Two of them we get to get rid of here. So this one's going back on our die cut sheet, and so is this little baby guy. We're going to keep both leaves and the large flower. To use on our next one. Okay, now let's grab that 3x2 stack of paper, that tallest, biggest stack. And for this stack, these are the ones that are going on it. So you can do 2 at a time. I have to admit, I have done 3 at a time, but what happens when you do 3 at a time, you can make your choices here. The little edge of the flower, because it has to push, or any of the die cuts, it has to push so hard to get through 3 layers that you kind of get a little bit of an imprint, not just from where it cuts, but a little bit of where the die is wider. And so if you're okay with that, you could actually do 3. And if you have a machine that you can adjust the tension on, like ours. There are these where I'm standing to work. There's these little squishy pads that are here for standing on, but I never stand on them because I'm so much taller than everyone else and they have to adjust the camera. One of them, so I have them sort of stood on their side. One of them just fell against my leg and I almost screamed. I thought it was like something just got me. Held the scream inside. Okay, we're gonna just keep doing this configuration until we get done with this stack, the 3x2s. As you can see, our stacks of pieces are growing. In the guide, it has you cut every single piece one at a time, which you can do if you want to do. But that's why I chose to do this little lesson on die cutting, because I thought it would be fun for those of you that want to be able to get it done a little faster, to know how to do that.
Monica said dolphin squeals are allowed, no screaming.
No screaming.
Like when I'm getting all excited.
Oh, well, that's right. My scream wouldn't have been that little E scream.
For those of you that missed it during catalog launch last week or 2 weeks ago, was that 2 weeks ago already?
I don't know. It all runs together in my brain.
It was 2 weeks ago. We did catalog launch with our makers, and I was squealing my way through new product.
She was going.
Everything.
She sounded like a little dolphin. That's what Monica said.
So cute. Yeah, I did sound like a dolphin. So dolphin squeals allowed, no screaming.
Yeah, I think that falling against my leg would be the kind of scream like when you know when you feel something like maybe in your hair on your back and you're like, what is that? And then it's like a big old spider or something and you freak. That's what I felt when that fell against my leg.
Oh my gosh.
Like, what is that and why is it touching me?
One time my mom had a box of like stuff to go to the DI or Goodwill, and it was sitting out in the garage forever and ever, and I was in high school and I was taking her to the airport, and that bin was in the back of the car because she had meant to take it before she went out of town. Oh. And she hadn't, but my best friend was with me, so I dropped my mom off at the airport, and then we were driving back, and there was a huge white spider in my hair.
Ooh.
That inevitably came from the bin that had been sitting in the garage, but we were on the highway. And my best friend started screaming her head off, and it was like horrible.
Yeah.
I ripped to the side of the road, and then I'm like flinging my head everywhere.
Oh, I bet.
It's horrible.
Yeah. I mean, spiders don't freak me out like snakes, but when it's unexpected and something touches you or crawls on you, it's enough to kind of put you over
I'm definitely arachnophobic, so.
Are you?
Yep.
My daughter is too.
Not a bug girl.
And even my husband, when there's a spider in our house that needs killing, it's usually me. Which is funny because Dan's not afraid of very many things.
I like hyperventilate.
That's how I am with snakes.
Oh, and we live in a new area that's being developed, and there's little black crickets everywhere, and they like slide into my house from the doorway. They're disgusting.
Nasty, Cass. I've told this story before, but hopefully we have some new people on here. When I was a little girl, I was in 2nd grade. I can even remember exactly, like I can picture it all in my brain, this whole story. I think this is where my irrational fear of snakes came from. So we had just moved into our home in Oklahoma, and we had a lot of land, and we had a creek that went through the back of our yard.
Mhm.
And my dad had said to us, you guys have to be careful near the creek because there are snakes down there. And so I don't want, and they were like water moccasins and things like that. So they were poisonous and dangerous. So I must have had it in my, head. At least I thought that's why at first. So I dreamed one night that there was a snake crawling over me in my bed.
Oh.
And I woke up and, was crying and stuff. And then my mom came and comforted me. I went back to sleep. And the next morning, we actually found a snake in our house. So my guess is
It really was a snake.
that maybe there really was a snake that crawled over me,
Oh no.
which is so freaky to think about.
Well, that happened to me at a girls' camp once. I woke up to the feeling of a spider crawling across my face, and it really was, and it was like tarantula sized.
Ooh, nasty.
Yeah, it was horrible. Horrible. So, I'm arachnophobic.
Yeah. That is traumatizing. Okay, we went on a close to my heart trip once to Thailand. And one of the things that a lot of us did in Thailand, some of our makers are probably listening who went. We went on this thing through these caves you were in these inflatable kayaks. And you went in these.
So much.
Yes. Well, if Christina was here, she'd be freaking out because it was this was a traumatizing moment for her to be in those little boats. So you went through these caves and then it came out into this like magical Avatar almost land that was amazing. But to get in there, if the tide was getting higher, they had to like let air out of your kayak to get you through the cave because the cave was filling up with water. I love adventurous stuff like that, but I have to admit this one little thing about it freaked me out. We were going through the cave. Our little guy, my friend Michelle and I were in a kayak together, and then each kayak had a Thailand guide in it with us, and he had to get out of the boat, the little kayak, and squish us through. Like the sides of our kayak almost wouldn't fit through the cave, and so he was smushing it and letting air out, to get us through. And I was like,
I'm
they've
having
done
a
this a
panic
million
attack
times.
just like
Are
having
you?
you say that. Oh my gosh.
Well, this wasn't the part that freaked me out. I figured they've done this a million times. They wouldn't be doing this with us if it wasn't safe. I'm fine. But I happened to open my eyes, and even though it was dark in the caves, there were flashlights. So my face was right up against the top and sides of the cave, and I saw like what you're saying, Cassidy. It was probably some kind of a sea creature, but it looked like a huge tarantula right in my face.
Some sort of.
Okay, this is really dramatized, first of all. I was there, and I've done this excursion twice.
I loved it.
In fact, I selected this, so I'm feeling a little sensitive. I selected this excursion as our group excursion for our people. And yes, I did try to warn everybody, but it's one of those things like you can warn as much as you want, but you've got to experience it to know. And I did say, if you're claustrophobic, this is not the excursion for you because it can, depending on the tide, you're very close. And I literally just closed my eyes and went to my happy place, and it was worth the payoff.
Oh, so worth it.
Because
Monica.
once you go inside that little inlet in the middle of the ocean, it is otherworldly for sure.
And you're surrounded like it's like it's its own little country inside.
And there were
those
no
caves.
sea creatures, you guys.
There was on the wall above my face.
Okay, maybe like
Not the wall, the cave.
it was probably a what are those called?
Stalactite.
No.
Stalagmite.
No, Monica, it was not. It was furry and it was shaped like a spider. It was probably some kind of crab
It
on
was
the
probably
cave
like a
wall.
barnacle
Like an
or
urchin
something.
or something.
Karen
Yeah.
is seeing things.
Yeah.
No, I promise
But
I
you made
didn't.
it
I
sound
even
like
said
it's
to
some
Michelle,
kind of
Michelle, do you see that?
deep, dark sea creature who's going to come up and eat you in a movie or something.
No,
How
not
big
like that.
was it?
No. And I'm not complaining, Monica. I loved it. I always love all the adventurous ones.
It's
But I
getting
will
bigger
say when I
every
opened
time.
my
The
eyes
story's
and saw
getting bigger and bigger.
No,
The
not mine.
drama.
Christina's is the one that gets way bigger.
She's not here to defend herself, but
That's true.
and she doesn't swim, so there's that.
Yeah,
So
she was
that's-
really, really
She won't
frightened.
even go into water that's like up to your ankles.
Yeah.
She feels like she has to wear a life jacket.
And she chose to go on that excursion. That was the best part of all. Why are you here, Christina?
Somebody will have to tag her and see if she can watch the comments. But anyway, it was the most amazing excursion.
It really was.
Honestly, and I have zero regrets. It was amazing.
Me too. I would do it again in a second. I just would keep my eyes closed till I got through the cave.
It's like getting an MRI. Like the payoff of knowing what is wrong with you.
Yeah, but in the MRI,
For
it's
being in your tiny little tube. I
That's
actually
true.
just did one and I put my finger up, like my hands were across my chest, and I put my finger up. I had my eyes closed the whole time, but I wanted to see how close the like ceiling was. And
Yeah.
I put my finger up and it was
you
literally
can
right
touch
there.
it.
I
Yeah,
was like,
it's
okay,
crazy,
don't open
isn't
your
it?
eyes, don't open your eyes, just breathe. Herniated disc.
They do make MRI machines now that your head can be out of, but it costs more. Did you know that?
No.
Yep.
No, I was shoved in that little tube.
Okay, we are getting to the close of this little stack. How about that, you guys? Spider attacks and snake attacks got us
People in
through
the
this.
comments are like, oh no, I would burn my house down. These are dramatic comments right now.
Now, see, they're all going, football really wasn't so bad. I watched that one.
Who's cutting with us? I want to know. Raise your hand in the comments if you're cutting along.
Raise your hand.
Hand emoji. That's the task. Find the hand emoji and put it in the comments.
Yeah, no angry faces, even by accident. Monica and I have actually been on lots of adventurous excursions together
Oh,
through the
yeah.
years because we both love that kind.
I love it. I love it. And I'm not a claustrophobic person by nature, but I will say I opened a half eye and then I'm like, I'm gonna keep my eyes closed for this.
It's
And-
right up against your face.
Yeah,
It's
I mean
crazy.
it's literally there. But the guide is there with you the
Yep.
whole time. You're not alone, and it's like the videos and the pictures, it's just
It
Unbelievable.
was in Thailand?
it was in Thailand. It was
Thailand.
out of Phuket. We were in Phuket, and
It was amazing.
Lucky.
yeah, it was so amazing.
All I have to say is if I was on that trip, Karen, I wouldn't be complaining.
No, I'm not
Just
complaining. I'm
saying.
telling a story.
Just saying.
Sea monsters.
You were in Thailand. I
and-
wouldn't be
The
crying.
word sea monster never came out of my
Yes.
mouth.
Oh my gosh, we are gonna
I
rewind.
said sea creature, did I not?
Okay, creature, monster. To me, same thing.
That makes me laugh.
Oh, man.
Not even
So
close. A sea
funny.
creature is like some sort of animal life. A sea monster is a monster.
Okay. I guess that's how you interpret the word creature. There was an actual work question during this comment.
Okay, shall we answer it?
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you
Did I
have?
miss?
Yes. What do you have your setting at for the die
Oh.
cutting machine for
Oh.
double layer?
Okay, I have it right at
Good
0.
question.
But so here's the answer. If you have a newer machine, you might even need to put it on a little bit looser than that, like maybe closer to a half to 1 step past 0, just to keep it looser. The longer you have your machine, like any machine, it will, with use, it will get just slightly looser. This machine we've used for years and years, and I have it set at 0. Does that help a little?
That's great. Oh no, someone just. Oh, Ash, are you showing? Oh no, I was just making sure we weren't frozen because it froze on my end for a second. Everybody good?
Hopefully.
If your screen is working, give us a thumbs up in the comments.
If
We
it's
did
not,
We did
if
get
it's not, they can't answer.
we did get the hand emojis, so that's good.
Good.
Someone said that their dad went out on a motorcycle ride, and I lost the comment. She said I think she was on the back of it, and she put on the helmet, and they got out on the road, and they had to pull over seconds later and took the helmet off, and there were earwigs all over in it.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
That is like,
Ooh, ooh.
that has,
And those little guys
Ooh.
pinch.
that's the worst. That's a big no for me. I replied to her and said absolutely not.
Okay, we're on our last one going through of this 3x2, you guys. We're making progress, and you're all going to have nightmares tonight. The good thing is you're going to go, the cutting was no big deal. It's the nightmares that came from the cutting.
Crying to their husband. This was so dramatic.
All right, I got my last one through. Hopefully you're all staying caught up. If you're not, you can always, anytime you need to, pause this video. Even when you're watching live, you can pause it and catch up and then push play again. So if anyone needs to do that, I probably should have said that at the beginning. All right, we're ready to move on to the next stack of papers, which is 2 by 2.5. And I'll tell you which pieces you need, okay? So grab that next stack that is 2 by 2.5. And on that one, let me just double check myself. Yes, we need the big flower and the smaller leaf. So this big leaf can now go back on our sheet. And we're going to take 2 of these. This stack is little, you guys. We only have to do this twice, I think. So we need the big flower and the leaf. While we're doing these last few cuts, I want you to answer. This will tell us a lot for when we get to one of the other cuts we still need to do. I want to know how many of you have ever gutted your paper. That's a scrapbooking term, and if you don't know what it means, you probably haven't. Ever gutted your paper, because we're going to be doing some of that on these cards, and I'm just curious if a lot of people already know how to do that, or if we're going to be teaching a lot of you for the very first time. Okay, we need to do this one more time. We got another set of these 2 by 2.5. Then we get to move to our 2 by 2s.
Some know what it means, some don't.
Oh. Well, you're going to learn something else new today. Then if you don't. And you'll be able to translate it to lots of different kinds of projects. And I also want to say that when I teach this, this way to do the next cuts after we finish these die cuts, that there is another way to do it. And I will tell you 2 options, the way I'm doing it, or you can do it the way that it's suggested in the guide. But I think the way I'm going to teach you is a gazillion times easier. Okay, now we have some little 2 by 2s to cut. And the only thing we need on the 2 by 2s is the flower. So you can put this leaf back on, find a spot for him. And we're going to grab those 2 by 2s. And I think we only have to do this twice. There's 3 of these. So we're going to put this on. We'll go through once, and then we'll get to just go through one more time with that last one. Should I show you 3 at once? I'm going to do it. I'm going to put all 3. Why not? Live dangerously. When we went through that little cave in Thailand and came out in that magical avatar land, I immediately pulled out my phone and like videoed it. The water was the color of, gosh, Monica, how would you describe it? It was the most beautiful greenish blue color. Like, kind of like, yeah, like our glacier color. And there were trees that were the kind of trees that can grow out of water all around. It was like you were in this magical land. And then the cliff walls. What is that called? Is that called an atoll when you're in the middle of a...
Actually...
Anyway, you're in the middle of this round, high cliff walls, and you had to go through the cave to get on the inside. It was just protected all the way around by this kind of hollow mountain almost. And I sent video to my family as soon as I had service, and I think every single person's reply was, "That's not real."
Yeah, it's called the Sea Cave Canoe Excursion, and it's off of the PP Islands out of Phuket. And we went a ways out into the middle of the ocean, and it really was one of the most incredible things I've ever done in my life. And I've been all over the world, and this one is in the top 3, honestly.
I would agree with that, Monica. I haven't been as many places as Monica, but I will tell you that it's an experience I will never forget. And this is why we scrapbook, because I have scrapbooked that little thing, written all the things down, which that means I can prove to Monica my story hasn't grown because I scrapbooked it right after. And honestly, I love showing it to my grandkids and telling them the story over and over again when we look at the pages. Okay, now we need to grab our trimmer one more time. We got all that die cutting done. And what we need to do is in stack for project 1 and project 2, we need to find 1B and 2B. There's 4 of each. And even though we're just making 1 of each card today with Monica, I think I need to cut a couple of these for you so that you understand it. And what I want to do is move over to the close-up camera because it will be so much easier for you to do if you see me doing it here. So let me just show you something on the cards. I don't know if you can tell, but this little white border, this is not on top of it. It's not a smaller layer. This little white border is a frame. Can you see that now? And it's on foam tape, which is fun. It's lifted, and then on the inside is where the other piece of the same size is going that we cut for each of these cards. So we need to cut this frame. In the instructions, it tells you how to do it with an X-Acto knife and a ruler. We're going to do it with our trimmer. And if it freaks you out, you can always get out your X-Acto knife and your ruler. It's not hard once you've done it a time or two, so be patient with yourself, okay? The first thing I need to show you is where an 1/8 inch is, because we're actually cutting, this frame is 3/8 of an inch wide. So if I pull my trimmer up where you can see, well, here, there we go. We're going to do a trimmer lesson first. See these lines that go all the way through? Each of those is a 1/4 inch. An 1/8 inch is halfway between. So if you look between your long lines here, you're going to have, Christina calls these long eyelashes and short eyelashes. You're going to have 1 long eyelash and 2 short eyelashes between each 1/4 inch. Those are 1/8, okay? So 3/8 is 1 less than a half if you go to the eyelash before a half mark. 5/8 would be the eyelash after the half mark. Just kind of giving you a little trimmer lesson because you're going to need it, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to cut a frame on our trimmer. So I want you to take one of your 1Bs. We're going to line it up on the opposite side of where the cutting blade is at 3/8 of an inch, which if you look with my finger here and I grab something to point with, I think I've got a piercing tool that might be easy for you to see. The first long line that goes all the way through is a 1/4. We are going to go to that first long eyelash after that long line. Can you see where my little piercing tool is pointing? That's where we're going. So we're going to line this up at 3/8 of an inch. Make sure it's nice and straight on your trimmer. Let me move this down even more so you can see everything that I'm doing. All right. Now what I need to do is I need to put this down. If we were to cut here, all we're going to do is cut a 3/8 inch strip. And like you know, we have to do a frame. So what we want to do is put our blade in at 3/8 of an inch. So if we're looking at our markings here, we see a 1/2 inch. It is the longer line between a 1/4 and a 1/2 right here on this part. And push your blade down in. We're going to take our blade and we're going to push it along this long line until we get to 8 1/8. So at 8 1/8, which is the first longer line after the 8th, we're going to, can you see that? It's just right before the half mark. No, it's the second longer line. We got to go past a 1/4 to 8 3, nope, 8 and 1/8. My goodness, excuse me. We're going to 8 1/8 because then there's 3/8 of an inch left. We're going to lift up the placket. We're going to take this piece and turn it. Line one of the small ends up at the 3/8 inch mark, which is the one right before the half, the long eyelash before the half. We're going to bring our blade back down, put it in at the 3/8 inch mark. And this time we're going to 3 1/8, which is right there, halfway between 3 and 3 1/4. We're going to go to there. Then we're going to lift it up again. turn it again. Now we've got the long line, the long side. We're going to line that up with 3/8, halfway between 1/4 and 1/2. We're going to take our blade, put it in at 3/8, and we're going to go up to 8 1/8, just past the 8, halfway between 8 and 8 1/4. And then we're going to do one more turn. Line this little end up with the 3/8. Bring our blade back, start it at 3/8. Now we're going to go across to 3 1/8. Now watch what happens. This comes right out of the middle. And now we've got one of our frames. We're going to do it again, okay? We're going to do it again and get through these 1Bs. So this is leftover paper that you can use for whatever you want. Grab another one of your 1Bs. Okay, say it with me. I think it'll help you. We're going to line a long edge up at 3/8, halfway between 1/4 and 1/2. Take our blade, put it in our trimmer at 3/8, halfway between 1/4 and 1/2. And we're going to go all the way up to 8 1/8, which is halfway between 8 and 8 1/4. Okay, lift up that little plastic placket and we're going to turn. We're going to go to 3/8. Put your blade in at 3/8. Go across to 3 1/8, which is halfway between the 3 and the 3 1/4. We're going to pick that up and turn it again. The long side is going to go line up at 3/8. As a reminder, that's halfway between 1/4 and 1/2. Make sure it's in there nice and straight. We're going to come back down here, put our blade in at 3/8. Everybody know where that is now? Halfway between 1/4 and 1/2, and we're going to go to 8 1/8 at the top. Now we're going to turn one more time, go to 3/8. We're going to put this in at 3/8. It's easy to find it because now you can see where your lines are, and you can just line it up where that last cut line was and go across to 3 1/8. And then we've got another frame cut that we can add to our stack for project 1. We're going to do it again. Are you getting the hang of it? We're going to go to 3/8 on this far side of our trimmer, halfway between 1/4 and 1/2. We're going to come back down here and put our blade in at 3/8, halfway between 1/4 and 1/2. And we're going to go up to 8 1/8, halfway between 8 and 8 1/4. Okay, lift that out, turn it, line this short end up with the 3/8 right here. We're going to put that blade in at 3/8. You can see where that is if you turned your cut so that it's along this. You can see right where to put that little arrow on your blade, lined it up with your cut. Go up to 3 1/8, which is right between 3 and 3 1/4, halfway between. Lift it, turn it again. We're going to line it up at 3/8. Make sure it's in there nice and straight. Take your blade, put it in at 3/8, which again, if you've turned it so you've got a cut right there, you can see where that is. And we're going to go all the way up to 8 1/8, which is between 8 and 8 1/4, halfway between that. Lift it up, and we got one more cut here. Put that in at 3/8. Sorry if I sound like a broken record, but I feel like if you hear it over and over and over again, you're gonna go, I get it now. 3/8. You may be wondering, why are we stopping at 1/8? Because at 3 1/8, because that leaves us 3/8 of an inch left right there. It made a 3/8 inch frame. I hope that makes sense. If not, just trust. Okay, last 1B. Let's put that in there, line it up at 3/8. 3/8, as a reminder, is halfway between a quarter and a half. Then we're also going to put our blade in at 3/8. Push it down, and you're going to take this up to 8 1/8. That first cut is the one that you have to make sure you get right. The rest you can kind of figure out by where you place it. So if you lift up your placket and turn this so that the cut you just made is where you're going to be putting your blade in. So put this at 3/8. Then you'll have that to guide where to put your blade in. So we're going to bring our blade down, put it in at the 3/8 inch mark. Cut across to 3 1/8, which is halfway between 3 and 3 1/4. Lift, turn, go to 3/8. Make sure it's straight. Okay, does everybody remember? We're going to put the blade in at 3/8 and go all the way up to 8 1/8. Lift that, turn it one last time, line it up at 3/8. Put your blade in at 3/8. Again, you've got that cut to help you. Oops, I keep going off screen. And go up to 3 1/8. And that's our last frame for project 1. Now, should we cut 1 frame for project 2, or Monica, do you want me to cut all 4? Okay, now you've cut it 4 times. We're going to do that same exact thing for on 2B. So if you will add these 4 frames back to your stack for project 1. And those insides you can put in your leftover stack. And then we're going to grab one of the 2Bs and do this one last time so that Monica's got what she needs to make 1 card with each of you. And maybe some of you have written down those measurements. You can make this as wide or as little as you want. The hard part is this, the one you're learning on, if this is new to you, is 1/8 inch measurements. But let's say you have a 12 by 12 piece of paper, and you're going to put another piece of paper on top of it to make a scrapbook page that's like 11 by 11. So you're going to have a 1/2 inch border all the way around. You could take that 12 by 12 paper and put it in and do a 1 inch frame. And then that whole middle of that paper that's going to be covered by the next layer you have to use on something else. It's just that you're learning, for those of you that are new, you're learning on a little more difficult measurements. Okay, so we're going to go to the 3/8. Remember, again, that's halfway between a quarter and a half. We're going to take that all the way up to 8 1/8, which is halfway between 8 and 8 1/4. Lift that up, turn it, go to 3/8 over here on the side of the blade, 3/8. Then let's grab our blade, pull it and line it up at 3/8. And that's going to go up to 3 1/8. Lift and twist. Now I'm thinking of what? Oh, I was thinking of, that's a good one too. I was thinking of the bend and snap, you know, from Legally Blonde.
Legally Blonde, yeah.
Okay, so now we're going to go up to 8 1/8. And one last turn, and we have 1 frame to make our 1 card. So Monica will be making 1 of each card with you today, and then you will know exactly what to do to make the rest of them. Okay, we're going across and take that frame out. We got our frame to add. Now we're ready to stamp all our flowers. And I'm only going to stamp the ones that are needed to make, well, maybe I will. No, I think we'll just stamp 1 for the ones we need for each card. So what I'm going to do is grab my cards here, make sure I know which one's card 1, 2, 3, 4, so that I know what flowers we need to stamp. Just getting organized here, just 1 second. Okay, card 1 is this guy, okay? So maybe I should do this on the close-up camera too. You guys might like me a lot more. because you might be mad at me now after the frames and the spiders.
They
and the
actually,
snakes.
there were some good comments. They were happy that you took the time to explain how to do that.
Oh, good. Let's go back to the close-up camera, Ash. I think it'll be better for them to watch me over here. Is it switched? On my screen, it's not. Oh, now it is. It was just slow. Weird. How weird is that? Okay. Here's our card 1. So we need 2 big flowers, 2 of each leaf, and 1 baby flower. So I'm going to come over here to my stacks of things. I need 2 flowers, 2 big ones. 1, 2. I need 2 of the big leaves and 2 of the small leaves. And 1 of the little flower. And so grab your stamp set. We are graduating to stamping now. And your black pad, the workshop calls for archival, but you could use any of our black pads. You could use the intense black. It's fine, whatever you have. We're going to grab this flower right here that fits on the big one. And this is a little tricky because as you can see, all the petals are different. Can you see some are deeper, some are a little shorter and fatter. So we have to find on our stamp how it fits. So I'm going to grab a block. This will fit on a 2x2 if you're grabbing a block too. And I'm going to put my stamp on my block and season it first. This is a brand new stamp set. To season it, what we're trying to do is get that shiny finish off the stamp that is part of its manufacturing. It comes with that, and that way it will absorb ink much better. It won't bead off. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ink this guy up, and then I'll be able to see it really well through my block. And then I'm going to find how it fits. Okay, I found it. So what I'm going to do before I stamp this is I'm going to take my other one and I'm going to turn it the exact same direction so that the way I've got my stamp in my hand, I'll just ink it and bring it down and do the same thing, and I don't have to hunt again how it fits. Beautiful. Oh, I turned it. There we go. Back on track. Okay, I'm going to continue to use this, and we're using black ink for everything, so I'm just going to set it to the side and not clean it yet. I'm going to set these right by the stack for project 1. Now I'm going to get my bigger leaves. I'm going to try and grab as many blocks as I can so that I can leave these on blocks. So hold please while I grab my blocks. You can grab yours too. All right, I just grabbed a few more blocks that I think things might fit on. Let's get this larger leaf. If we're looking at our stamp set, it's the one right below the very largest flower of all. It looks like a peony to me. We're going to use that largest leaf that looks a little ruffly.
Karen, do you always die cut before stamping?
I do. I know some people prefer to stamp then die cut. And I really think it's just a personal preference thing. When we teach these workshops, we do, because it is way easier to teach doing it this way than it is the other way. But you guys just do what works for you. There's advantages and disadvantages to both ways. But just so you know, anytime we teach a workshop, you'll see it done like what I'm doing today. And this is actually the way that I prefer to do it. We're kind of split in the art studio.
Some people like to stamp it and then lay over the thin cut.
Yep. Okay, so we've got these two guys. And for those of you that are like, but because that way I can position it just right.
Mm-hmm.
If you are using white paper like we are right now, stamping, If you put it on a dark surface like this, you'll be able to see the edges really well. If I'm working on something that's white and I'm using white pieces, then I'll get a piece of colored cardstock and slide under those, and then I can easily see the edges to position it. Okay, I'm going to put these up with my stack for our project 1. Now I'm going to get the little leaf. Now there's 2 little leaves on here. And if you grabbed the correct die cut that I showed you, then what you want, there's 2 little leaves here. It's the one on the left that's slightly larger. I'm going to take a quick drink. Okay, don't forget to season your stamp. And we just need to make sure how those fit on there. Clear stamps and clear blocks are one of the world's greatest inventions, right up there with the telephone.
Here's another good question. Do you guys stamp sitting or standing up?
It depends for me if it's a big stamp or a little stamp. Large stamps, I almost always stand up. I feel like I have a lot more control when I'm up above it better. If it's something small, I am fine staying sitting. How about all of you guys? Monica?
Oh, I thought you meant you were asking them. Well, when I'm doing practice, I do it sitting down.
Oh.
But when I'm teaching, I do it standing up.
Oh, are you guys commenting too?
I'm bilingual.
Not yet. Bilingual. Not yet. We're waiting for them to come in. I'll let you know as they come in.
Okay. We just finished all the little ones we need for 1 card of card 1. So now I'm going to bring in card 2 for you to see what we need for card 2. This is card 2, the second slimline card. And this time we need 2 of the large flowers again.
I have one that says, I'm with Karen, it depends on the stamp. Someone said I mostly sit. Someone said they do both, depending on what I'm stamping. So kind of in between.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to turn these so they're facing the same way so I can figure it out on my stamp. There we go. So 2 of these guys, and like I said, I have them on my mat the same way so that I can easily position it on both of them. That's going to move. I'm going to add these to the stack for project 2. The next thing we need is 2 of the little leaves. So let's grab 2 of the little ones. I'll add those to my stack for project 2. Then we need 1 of the large ruffly leaf. And 1 of the baby flower. That's it for card 2 to make one of those today. Now let me find out which one is card 3. Okay, card 3 is this one. So this time we need 2 big flowers. One half flower. So that's the first time we're grabbing a half flower. Need a block for that. We're going to need 2 of the ruffly large leaf. And we're going to need 2 of that little smaller leaf. So my first thing is going to be to add this half flower right here to a block. If you don't have enough blocks and have to be switching them, totally fine, no worries. It's handy to have some duplicates of sizes for this very thing. Okay, let's stamp this half flower. Ooh, one little edge. Let's see that I talked about it being a great invention. I almost didn't have it all the way inked. I missed a little edge and I could see it. Okay, so we got our little half flower. Let's do these two. Okay, now we need to do our leaves. I'm going to add these to my stack for project 3. We got some leaves to do, and then when we're done with project 4, we just need to stamp our circle. All right. We're going to go to the ruffly leaf. And then the little leaf. Now we're moving on to what we need to stamp for card number 4, which is this one. And again, we need 2 of the big flowers, 1 of the half flowers, and then 1 of each leaf. That's it for this one. So let me make these 2 positioned the same. Then a half flower. One of each of the leaves. Okay, now we can clean these stamps. Oh, I'm gonna stamp one more. This little guy didn't stamp so great in the middle. We can't give Monica half a flower that's supposed to be a whole flower. You what?
Call you out.
I know. She'd be like, wait, you're fired. You're supposed to know how to do this.
No, I would never. I'd die first.
Ah, I would die if you did. Okay, then we're going to stamp our circles. So since we've got card 4 right here, grab a white circle. Let's do it while we've got it here. And I'm going to quickly clean these stamps so that I can use some blocks again.
We have a bunch of comments that they're loving they weren't colored in, that they were just left black
Isn't
and white.
that a fun thing? I
Yeah.
love it that way too. I think that's so
cute.
fun.
I think the nature of doing a thin cut like that, you just want to shade it in.
Mm-hmm.
But I think with having the background be so colorful, it's really fun to just leave it black and white.
I agree.
Sometimes less is more.
Agreed. And it's hard to see in the pictures, but you're going to see when Monica makes these cards with you that they're not just black and white. Let's see if I can make it show on camera for you. They actually have some shimmer brush on them. I don't know if you can see that. If it's getting caught in the light or not. In person, you can totally see that they're sparkly.
I can't really see it.
I wish you guys could see it like I can see it here. Yes, trust us, exactly. Okay. All right, let's do
Hey, Karen, for new people to stamping, what's the best way to clean your stamps?
Oh, well, there's lots of ways you can clean your stamps, but we are sold on this little guy. This is called the Stamp Chamois. We sell these in our catalog. They come in a package of 2. You can tell how well loved this one is. But the thing is, you don't have to worry when it gets stained like this. So when you're done using it, you just run it under warm water and keep squeezing it and getting it wet until the water runs clear. And then you want to dry it flat. Because if you wad it up, it dries like that. And it's funny, when it dries, it gets hard and you just have to put water on it again. So dry it flat. And then we also have this fun little case.
I love this thing.
I know, it's so good. So this, you can see it's got holes. And the reason for that is so this can dry. Once you're done washing it, which is still going to be stained, then you just put it in your little fancy chamois case.
Chamois hole.
And it's dry for the next time you're ready to use it.
And I feel like that definitely helps it not get moldy and all of that.
And smelly. I know a lot of people tell me that they put their it in like a Ziploc bag. And I have to admit that when I tried that, it smelled so bad.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't do it that way. That's
It's like
just
leaving your towels in the washer.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
It is like that, exactly. That's the same smell.
Not at Monica's house.
Okay, we've got Sending You a Hug that we're going to stamp in the middle of this circle. And I want to say that we're also doing it on a different one too. We're going to do it on this circle and on one more circle. So make sure it's seasoned. Ink it up really good. Look through your block, you can tell, like, I don't know if you can see this, right on the corner of the H, I didn't get ink there because I didn't make sure. So I always look before I stamp. And also, here's another tip. When you ink a stamp, I don't know if you can tell, but I've got a little bit of ink right along the edge there. If you're not careful when you stamp, that will also get on your project. So it's worth taking just a minute to wipe off any of that errant ink so that you don't have to worry about it ruining what you're stamping.
For the newbies as well, if you don't have a stamp chamois, we definitely recommend one, but you can also use baby wipes. That's
Yes, you
something
can.
regularly used as well. Non-scented baby wipes.
Okay, so we've got one Sending You a Hug. We're going to do one more Sending You a Hug. The first one goes to Project 4.
Ooh, that was good stamping, Karen.
Why, thank you, my friend. We're going to do a second one of these. If people have never stamped before, it might be good for them to know when I use a stamp, when I'm getting ready to stamp, obviously season it, but then I kind of walk it on my stamp pad because that means that way I get a little bit more of a
Juicy.
yeah,
stamp.
there you go, juicy.
Yep.
And also, if you're always putting your stamp in the middle of your pad to ink it, it pushes the ink away from the center, obviously, anywhere you push. And a lot of your pad ink is going to move to the corners. So it's good to kind of come over there and get a little bit because it's probably a little juicier over there.
We love these kinds of questions, so don't ever feel like you can't ask those kinds of things. We have people that have been doing this for years and years on these lives and people that are just starting. We love to hear your questions and give you some tips.
Awesome. Thanks, Cass, for saying that, because we do. It makes us feel like we're not just standing here doing the same thing over and over. It's nice when you have questions. We like it. Okay, so this one goes to Project 2. Now we can put this guy away. Black stamp pads do stain your stamp slightly, but it's nothing to feel panicked about. That's not going to get on your next project. If you've cleaned it well, it's just fine. It's like a hammer. You know, your hammer gets scratched up or gets a little paint on it. Still hammers the nail just fine. That's how I view stamps. They're tools that need to do a job. Okay, then we also need to a very special friend, which is going to be card project number 3. So these are 2 different stamps to a very special and friend. I think we need a 3x3 block for these, and we can put them on the block together. And I'm going to teach you a trick. See this part that says to a very special? When we put that on our block, it's kind of hard to get that on there straight. Like it gets a little wonky when you put it on there if you just put it on with your fingers like that. But if you put it on your work surface face down, so when you look at it, it's like it looks when it stamps. Does that make sense? And just let it go. It will go to the shape it needs to be, just laying there by itself. And then you can pick it up with your block and it's nice and straight. So we've got to a very special, and we need the word friend. And I'm going to put that right below. And this time when we stamp on the circle, we're going to position it slightly different. Go ahead and season that. I'm using a 3x3 block. It would also fit on a 2x3.5 together. Okay, let's grab another white circle. This time to a very special, can you see, is just slightly above the top. It's gonna be closer toward the bottom of the circle. I'll show you what I mean if you want to watch me and then do it yourself. Just getting this all nice and inky, walking it over the pad. Also, when you stamp, always put your stamp straight down. And then when you are done, lift it straight up. If you go at an angle or lift at an angle, it can skid and be blurry. Also, did you see I held it there a little longer? Cassidy went, ooh, good stamping job. Part of that is because I didn't just plop it on there and lift it up. If you hold it there a little longer, then the ink will soak into your paper better. You'll get more ink. It'll be a bolder stamp. And then we need to the most amazing friend. So we can leave friend on our block, lift off the to a very special. We're going to take our to the most amazing, put that face down on our work surface so that when you look at it, you're reading it like it should look. And then we're going to pick that up with our block. I'm just going to position it when I pick it up right above the word friend. We're going to season it because that little guy hasn't been seasoned yet. That to the most amazing. Sometimes when you have a skinny stamp that you're seasoning, it wants to lift a little, so I'm just using my thumb to season it. Okay, so this one goes to, what did I say? Project 3, to a very special friend. This one is project 1, so we need another white circle, and it's to the most amazing friend. And this one we're going to put right in the center of our circle again. See how beautifully it stamps if you just use those few little tips?
Which black pad are you using? They want to know.
I'm using archival just because that's what the designer listed, but you can use anything you want. I'm going to tell you what I think the difference in the two black pads, archival and intense are. Archival stamps a little more intense, which is funny because the other one's called intense, but it also, if you have to color something in with it, it takes a lot longer to dry, and there's no guarantee that when you lift, like with a water brush or something with paint, that it's not going to smear a little bit, which is why I'm stamping ahead for Monica so they have plenty of time to dry before she adds this shimmer brush. Can you see it this time? I sort of see it on camera. Anyway, otherwise it will smudge and smear, which is what we developed the intense black pad for. It's not quite as intense of a black, but it is definitely black. If you didn't put them right next to each other, you would be fine. You go, that's black. But it also is formulated so that when it dries, you can color things in and it's color fast. It's not going to bleed. You just have to make sure it's all the way dry before you do that. So the pads have different really purposes. Archival is a little safer in scrapbooks, but all of our stamp pads are acid free and are fine in scrapbooks. So
We have an awesome.
the Versamat, are they asking about that?
Oh, before you do that, also there is a blog post. I don't know, Cass, if you.
I'm
Oh,
literally-
yes.
I'm looking it up as we speak.
That-
It tells you the differences
Yeah, it's a good.
Perfect.
between the black inks.
Okay, and then Ashley just asked me to talk to you guys about the Versamat. So the mat that I've been using this whole time, one side is spongy. You can tell this one's very well loved. It's got paint and ink and everything all over it, but that's spongy. So when you stamp, it gives a little give and it makes your stamped images a better image than if you're stamping on a totally hard surface. You don't want it to be so spongy that it gives so much that it smushes. But this is perfect, just the right amount of give. The other side of this is a grid. So when you are creating something like when Monica's about to create with you, she'll be able to say, you're going to want to put your black circle about 2 inches from the bottom of the card. And because the Versamat's here and she's working on it, she can just put her card right there and go 2 inches up and also see where it goes. So this is so great, especially for scrapbooking pages, because when we do our workshops, the Close to My Heart workshops that you'd buy like out of the catalog, we give you measurements where to place things. And if you're working on a Versamat, that's so awesome. This is also a good cutting mat. It was formulated to be able to cut. So lots of really good things about the Versamat. Okay, you guys, guess what this means? It means my time's done, which also means there is a giveaway. How awesome is that? Let's see what we have to give away. Oh, these are so cute, and I think you're going to love them. They are made out of felt, and they're layered, and they are Winter Wonderland, just Wonderland, actually, felt shapes. And on the next slide, you're going to see some names. And if your name is there, you are a winner. Congratulations to these 6 winners. If you are a Close to My Heart maker, then all you need to do is the next order you place, you will see a little prompt to add your price. You just have to click the checkbox and it will get put in the box with your next order. If you are a Close to My Heart customer, VIP customer, or regular customer, then we just need you to email us. If you look at the bottom of this slide, grab a pencil really quick. You need to email ctmhoffice@closetomyheart.com with your name and address and telling us that you're a winner today, and we will drop that prize in the mail to you, and you can enjoy those cute Wonderland shapes. Okay, that does it for me. Up next is our amazing president, Monica Wihangi, and she's going to be building one of each of these cards with you. So get ready to have fun with ink and stencils.
welcome back. I hope you had a nice little break there. We are getting ready to assemble these gorgeous cards, and we want to shout out to Jennifer Smith in Canada who designed these beautiful, beautiful cards. They are a work of art for sure. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of precursor warning here. You're going to need lots of wet wipes or baby wipes or your chamois or maybe all of the above, and maybe even some dry paper towels. I've got tissues here because we're going to keep cleaning our stencil after every use. Now, I don't want you to even be afraid because your stencil is going to get pretty dirty, especially using the archival black. Now, that's a good reason why you want to order more than one stencil if you want to keep that stencil nice and clean, depending on the colors that you're using. And so I do have a new set of stencils here, but you'll see how it gets really stained after a while, but it's still totally functional. It's just harder to see through as well. So we're going to be wiping and cleaning and making sure our fingers aren't inky because our card bases are white, and so we don't want to get ink everywhere. So make sure you've got some good supply next to you. All right, we're going to be working under the close-up camera. Here is project 1 that I've got. Let me just move my I have these mats that I stand on. So I'm going to make sure those are centered. So I've got my little workstation. I figured even though it's really close up on this card that it's still really helpful for you to see under the close-up to see how I'm putting it all together. For this card in particular, we're going to be using archival black ink, the charcoal ink, honey butter, and flamingo. So those are the inks you're going to need. Also, I'm going to be using a brand new blending brush for each one, just to save us on time. You don't have to do that. You don't have to have a blending brush for every single ink color, although that is nice. It's like a luxury, right? It's total luxury. And then you need to get a label machine to label all your brushes. But because they are washable and cleanable, you can clean, but then you have to wait for them to dry before you use it to pick up another color. You could also build if you've got light colors, like if you're using a peach and then a flamingo, you can start off with the peach and then go to the flamingo. You can do that too, but in order to save time, it's like the cooking shows, right? I'm going to have a new brush so that way we start fresh every time. But you can always pause this video. You can rewind this video. It will stay up here indefinitely as long as Facebook lets us leave it up. We'll keep it up so that you can watch it whenever you want. So I'll walk you through how we're going to make these beautiful color combinations so crisp and clean and so pretty. So a huge shout out to Karen, who did a fantastic job of cutting and stamping everything. I know you all wish you had a Karen in your studio too. I'm just so lucky. And Cassidy was switched out with Brian Brown. So hi, Brian.
Hello again.
Brian is here to help in comments during this section. And I will tell you, I am a slow worker. I am a slow crafter, which is good. You know, that I guess a lot of people like that too. So if you are faster, then you can just go do something else and then come back and I'll still be here. All right, so I've got my workstation, I've got my Versamat just to have like a nice work surface. I've also got a desk pad to help with kind of that ink coverage that I want to, if I want to pounce some of the ink off before I put it on here. But you'll notice that these colors are bright and bold, and so she's going direct onto the stencil with this one. So there's not a lot of ink, you know, transferring of ink before getting it onto the stencil pieces. And then I have an all-purpose mat underneath here too. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to pull in for projects 1, keep my ink pads close. And you do have instructions, like we have instructions here. We print them just, you know, they're the same exact instructions. Nothing's changed. So it does give you kind of like a cheat sheet of how the stencils are layered up and what color. So this one is layer 1 front, and so that's how we'll figure it out. We'll line them up. Now, some people have suggested marking your stencils with like front 1, back 1, and that kind of thing. The reason we haven't done that to ours is because you may only have one set of stencils, and so everybody kind of layers them and labels them differently. So then you're going to have like layer 1 and layout 1, and they won't match. So that's the reason why we haven't labeled ours. But I'm just going to follow the diagram, and that's how I'm going to know how to layer them. The other thing that I found super, super helpful, and Karen gave us this tip yesterday, and let me tell you, it works, but she did it with our masking tape. I think that's what we call ours. It's turquoise. That one is great, but it doesn't really tack on super great for this purpose. It is great for masking. It is great for thin cutting, but for like keeping your artwork steady and down, I prefer washi tape. This is one of our very old, we don't carry washi tape anymore, but it was a close to my heart washi tape. So whatever washi tape you have or painter's tape or something like that to help your artwork stay still. Okay, I'm actually gonna move this off and I'm gonna just do it right onto my all-purpose mat. Let me go ahead and I'll have some paper here off to the side. I'm going to have this. This is the card we're working on. This is project 1. So I'm going to bring in project 1 pieces. So Karen already stamped the most amazing friend sentiment. You should have these fun little flowers here. We've got 2 large leaves and 2 smaller leaves and 2 large flowers and 1 small flower. Let me bring all those in. So before we get to stenciling, what I'm going to do, now that Karen stamped these and we've given it some time to dry, I'm going to go ahead and add clear shimmer brush to these. Oh man, I feel like I had everything ready except for the clear shimmer brush. Let me find that. Well,
Monica, hopefully they're dry. If you start to add the clear shimmer brush and it's a little bit
runny?
smudgy, then maybe move to stenciling.
All right, or we can do that at the last step. Why don't we do that? But here's the clear shimmer brush. You can see mine is brand new. So every time you get a shimmer brush from Close to My Heart, it has this little yellow ring on it. And what you do to get that shimmer brush started is you just pop off the lid. I gently popped it off. And then you twist this off the top. See that? And then you pull the ring off. And that keeps so that the ink doesn't come out into the well of the shimmer brush, and then you just twist it back on, and now my shimmer brush is ready. So I'm going to go ahead and add, let's just get it running and see. I'm putting some pressure, squeezing that. I'll do it up here, see if you can see. And oh, there, yeah, I got quite a bit out. Oops, I pushed it a little hard for demonstration purposes. But you can see right there, look at that beautiful shimmer. Isn't that so gorgeous? Okay, gorgeous, gorgeous. You can see it, right? Yeah, because I did a lot.
I can totally see it on my screen.
Good.
And so I think they'll be able to see it when you get it on the flowers, even on the camera, because when it's wet, it's easier to see on the camera.
Yes.
So that'll be good.
True. All right, we'll try one. Which ones did you stamp first? The leaves or the flowers, Karen? Okay, me either. But we're going to try it. Oh, yeah. There we go. No smudging. And all we're doing is adding some beautiful shimmer and shine to these flowers. Now, the instructions tell us to do it to every single flower you stamped and every leaf you stamped, and it really does add a beautiful, beautiful spark to that. And I know it's probably hard to see, but you can see how it's wet and see how shiny it is. It's so pretty. It's so, so pretty. All right, it's not smearing, so we're good. Let's go ahead and finish those off. There we go. Some more. And I'm just going in, like you could do the whole leaf. That's kind of what I'm doing, but it doesn't have to be perfect because it's clear. So you can see right there. I don't normally color holding my art, but I was holding it up for you to see. So there you go. Oh, that is beautiful, man. Especially underneath the light. So pretty and shimmery. Okay, we're getting those done. Let's go ahead and do the leaves. Yeah, zero transfer. Totally dry. There we go. Beautiful. So pretty. We have an assortment of shimmer brushes. Go ahead and just type in shimmer brush on at closetomyheart.com under products, and you'll see how many. I've lost count of how many we carry. 12, 14, I don't know, a lot. And they're beautiful, and you want all the collections of shimmer brushes. Okay, we're done with all of that. Yay! Okay, so let's go ahead and let those dry off to the side. Just gonna stick those over here off camera, but they're right next to my work surface. Close up that, and it kind of snaps back. You can see that. And here's the sentiment. We're putting that down. All right, we're gonna bring in our piece that we're gonna stencil. Don't forget you've got your gutted little piece out too. We're gonna need that in a little bit. And this is 1A, so we need piece 1A. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add some washi tape to the back of 1A to keep it in place so it doesn't move while I'm stenciling. It really does help. And honestly, I'm so super uber, like, I don't want it to move. I'm going to do 3. I'm doing down here. And I'm just using like normal washi tape.
Lots of people chiming in with love for the shimmer
The
brushes.
shimmer brushes are magic. They're magic. True.
Jennifer Smith said that this is her favorite kind of coloring. You don't have to stay between the lines even.
You don't. You don't. Is it the Jennifer Smith?
The Jennifer Smith.
Woo!
Yeah.
Jennifer, shout out. You did awesome with these cards, but wow, they are next level. They are beautiful and amazing. She is an incredible, incredible artist. All right, so we're going to need these 2 stencils. They come in the pack together. They're called quarter circles, I think. Is that's the name of them? Quarter circles. Let's see. Quadrant. They're called quadrant. So it's the card print stencil quadrant, and it comes with actually 4 stencils. This is for the slimline, and then we have the standard size card. We're going to use those 2 in a little bit. But we're going to be focused on the slimline right now because that's what we're working on. So again, this is 1A. And shout out to Jennifer Smith who designed this beautiful workshop. Okay, so what we need is the stencil. And let me bring in a dark piece of cardstock. Okay, so this is the orientation of the stencil that we need. So there's going to be a quadrant that is stripes, and then a quadrant that's like just open, solid, I guess you could say. And that's the top. So this is on the left side and this is on the right side. And that's how you know this is front of stencil 1 for this project, okay? So then like right here is another striped one facing the other direction. And that's what we're looking for. Does that help? And if you have a stencil for each project, then go ahead, feel free to label it. You're welcome to do that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to line up my stencil, and I purposefully left this top part so you can see. Hopefully you can. The camera's in tight, but I like it tight so you can see up close better. And we have to manually move it, so you just want to keep it where it's at. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put some washi tape down on, you can do it on the top, so this doesn't move. Just make sure you're not covering up where you need to stencil. And so this is to keep my stencil from moving while I stencil. We're going to start off with the archival black ink. That's what we're looking to do. Let's make sure that's lined up. I noticed too when I practiced this workshop that I wasn't paying attention to exactly where these bottom circles were lining up. And it does matter, you guys. So just make sure that you're lining it up. Like I know this one goes off the edge, so I wanted to make sure that's lined up all the way too. So hopefully you can see that. I mean, I can try to do this one. Is this okay, or should I move it to the big overhead for this one? Okay. All right, so we've got this now, and let me warn you right now, the archival black is going to stain your stencil. It just will. And it's great and it's fine. It's still a usable stencil. One way to avoid the staining, well, maybe not avoid it, but lessen it, is to wipe it after every single use, but it's still going to stain. Or you can go a little backwards from the instructions and start with the lighter colors and then work your way to the black. I'm going to go ahead and go with the black since I have access to more stencils, and that's how the instructions read for me. So let's go ahead and start. We're going to do archival black first, And you can see I'm just rubbing the top of my blending brush to pick up that ink. And you'll be surprised. It looks like I didn't pick up a lot of ink, but I actually did pick up a lot of ink. Let me make sure. I feel like this is bubbled for some reason. I think I lifted it. There we go. Okay. If you even want to be even more secure, because Karen's the pro, and I'm just, you know, trying my best. So I'm going to do a little bit more here on the side. She does this all day, every day. Well, not quite all day, every day, but a lot more than I do for sure. She's the expert, and I'm the baby.
Great comment came in from Melissa Robinson in regards to the stencils getting stained. She said, "Tools, not jewels."
Tools,
Something
not jewels. Ooh, I love that. That's so good, Melissa. All right, so here we go. Now, Karen yesterday gave us like a master class on blending brushes and how to use them and how to get the soft color on them and all that stuff. And she suggested having a piece of scratch paper and then kind of rubbing off. You see, look, I did pick up quite a bit of ink so that you get a soft color first. But actually with how Jennifer has designed this one, we're doing bold colors. So we're going to go ahead and just go straight on, and knowing that we can just keep layering to get that dark color. Oh, I put that way too far. So we're going to go straight on to our stencil. You see that? And it is going to be so perfect and beautiful every time. Karen also, with the striped one, gave us some great tips on the stripes of going in one direction so you don't have the wiggle within the lines, and maybe transfer ink through the lines. But on these other solid quadrants, I found that if I just go in like a light circle, it really does do a great job of blending it and bringing all that color in.
Totally agree. I think this stencil is the easier one to stencil through and a little bit harder, a little more difficult to line up. And the stripes are really easy to line up, but you have to be a little more careful with the stencil through them.
So I was paying attention, Karen. They're true. They're all true. Yes, you did. You have years and years, 30 years of her teaching and doing close to my heart. So congratulations. Right? 30, 31?
Yeah, it was 30 in January. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. So.
And you were 30 last year, right?
Yeah, yeah. We're 6 months apart, you and I.
Yep. I wish that were true in our ages as well.
I'm not too far behind, Karen.
A little more than 6 months, though.
Yeah. So you can see it's going to be so stark and so pretty on that white cardstock. You're going to love the look of this. But again, we want it bold, so I'm going over it a few times in each section. Okay? See, it's pretty intense, right? But I'm using archival black because that's what she suggested, but you could use intense black ink. You're not stamping over this, you're not coloring over it. So it really, whatever ink you have access to.
It would wipe off your stencil a little easier, too.
If it were intense.
The intense, yeah.
Archival was what I had handy. Yeah.
And it really, in this workshop, you could use either of the box. It would be great either way.
Okay, I don't know if you can see that bottom part, but I'm just doing those last few at the bottom. And this all-purpose fat is kind of sticky. I mean, you can move it around, but it's hard to pick up and move, especially while you're under the camera. Okay, this is where I told you we're going to need those baby wipes, wet napkins, dry napkins, all the things, because we want to clean our stencil and our fingers, right? To make sure our fingers didn't pick up any of that black ink. I'm sure I always have inky fingers, so I'm sure mine did. Okay, we've got that done. Check, check. So let's go ahead and pull off the washi. And I'm actually not going to reuse this washi. Let me tell you why. Because it's black. And I'm going to just do some more new washi when I do my next layer of stenciling. I just don't want to have any accidental ink transfer. You don't either.
Someone gave a great tip, Monica. They mentioned that you could always use an old Cricut cutting mat to hold the paper
that
and
is
the
a great
stencil in
suggestion. I don't
place.
think we even have any old ones.
I don't know if we do either, but I do think that's a great tip. I've never thought of that and never tried it, but I definitely am going to now.
Me too. All right, I happen to have baby wipes. They're just easy and disposable, so that's what I'm going to use. Let me see. Look, black ink. Let's go ahead and pick this up. I'm going to move it out of the way so I can clean my surface. And let's clean this bad boy. So you can see, like, it's stained now, but still usable. That's some pretty intense black going on there. But we do want to clean it up until we don't see any more black. That in the garbage. I'm just a messier crafter, I think, Karen.
I'm a messy crafter too, and it's funny because I feel like I'm a clean cook. I keep my house really clean. I'm very organized, but when it comes to crafting, it is hard to do.
It really is. So you can see I'm getting most of that ink up, but it's not going to come all the way off. It just stains the stencil. Tools, not jewels. Thanks, Melissa. That's going on a t-shirt. That's a good one. All right. Now I'm going to actually dry this work surface. I have tissues, but you can use a paper towel or a dry towel or something like that. I just happen to have tissues right here that feel like paper towels. These are the hardest tissues. Because I want to make sure that my stencil's dry as well, because we're going to flip this and use the other side of the stencil. It's still, we're on front, well, right now this is showing, let's see, yeah, front one. Okay. Okay. I think everything's dry. Make sure my fingers are not black. Hey, that's how careful. See, are you proud of how careful I am? Okay. Let's go ahead and put our project back down. Now we're going to flip this. Make sure I've got it. Yeah. Yep, we're going to flip it. And we're going to line this up, and we're going to use the charcoal ink. Make sure. So I've lined up the top. Again, I'm using new washi because that other washi had a lot of black ink on it, and I just don't want to accidentally transfer anything. Okay. Jen, let me know if you've got some extra tips. Maybe I'm missing a step or something. All right, so now we've got those lined up. Make sure they're not overlapping. They look right to me. Okay. From here. And now we're going to use the charcoal ink. So remember, I've got a new blending brush. If you don't, then this is where you would definitely wash your blending brush and let it air dry. And the way to wash it is just run some water over the bristles until it runs clean. And then you need to let it dry. Karen said she even used a little bit of dish soap, just a tiny, tiny bit, and really rub it through your bristles. Okay, now I've got a new brush and a charcoal. So it's just up to you what you've got access to and what you have time for. I'm trying to make this straight because I think I'm crooked. There we go. Okay, now we're going to do charcoal, and it's the same thing. It's going to be bold, okay? So we're doing a bold charcoal. Here we go. So pretty. I really do love this color combo. I feel like the cards are so strikingly beautiful.
I do too, and I love that she's taken like hard colors like black and charcoal that are very bold and mixed them with some soft colors. It's such a good balance.
So pretty. Okay. And all those in those nooks and crannies. And you know what I noticed too with the sample artwork is on the edges have a little bit of a darker, almost like a shading effect. And I think because when you put that on direct like that, you start off on the edges and the pressure just kind of hits in that spot. And it really does look so pretty. Because
I love that look, don't you?
Yeah,
I just
I
think
do.
it looks like you intentionally did this amazing shading job and it just does it by itself.
And it depends on where you start to give you those angles of shade. Like on these, I'm starting at the top. On the stripes, I was starting at the bottom. I'm just kind of mixing it up. See how that? Look at that. It's so cool. This is a cool process. Tools, not jewels. That's what keeps running through my head. That's a good one. You guys are so smart. Smarter than us, I think, sometimes, really. Out there living it.
So the question came in if the charcoal ink is going to do the same staining of the stencil. My guess is no, it won't, because it's really the archival ink has those properties that make it more durable
That
on
is
non-porous
correct.
substances.
Yep. That's correct. And you could have started backwards, you know what I mean? You could have started with, let's see, I think it goes archival black, charcoal, honey butter, flamingo. And you could have started like honey butter, flamingo, charcoal, then black. And then you would have been, you know, but you're going to keep using the stencil, so it doesn't matter, you know? Alrighty. Feel like we've done our duty with charcoal.
Someone just suggested using hand sanitizer to clean the, I think she means cleaning the stencil. That's interesting. It does have alcohol in it, so it might help.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend anything outside of what I'm using just because I don't know if it'll disintegrate the material or not over time. So do it at your own risk. All right, we're going to take off this one now. And you could wipe your washi tape if you wanted to save some, but it's washi tape, so I don't feel like I need to do that. So that you don't transfer any ink, you know, as you're blending. Okay, ooh, that is perfect and so beautiful. All right, let's pick that up carefully and move it out of the way, and let's clean our surface. And now we're going to clean our stencil. We're actually done with this stencil, so she can go rest for a while. Well, we're done with her for today. Go. Okay, I'm going to clean my hands. Do we have any hand sanitizers? I can use it on my hands. No. We used to. Oh, thanks, Ash. We did have some. Okay. All dry, and we're going to let that stencil dry off to the side. Okay, that's dry now. Let's put our fun little base page here down again. And now we're going to do the second stencil out of this collection, this one right here. And we're going to make sure we've got the right, this is layer 2 front. So let me bring in my lagoon paper. So what we're looking for is at the top, kind of towards 3/4 of the way in, almost halfway, you've got a striped quadrant and then an open quadrant kind of connected to that, and that is the top. Okay, You see that? That's what we're looking for. And this one, we're going to use honey butter for this one. And we're going to line that stripe up with that charcoal one at the very top left. So let's line that one up first. And that's where I'm going to put my first piece of washi tape down there. It's beautiful. Okay. This is lined up where I want it to be. Now let's make sure the bottom is lined up where we need it to be and it hasn't shifted. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. I practiced. But, you know, it's a new thing for me, so I felt a little bit intimidated by it. But there you go, you guys. If I can do it, you can do it. But like I said, I'm taking more precautions than Karen did and adding washi tape to all four sides and cleaning in between really good. Ask me why, because I learned through experience. That's why. All right, let's go ahead and start with the honey butter. Again, bold colors. We don't need to transfer any color off because we're going to go over these many times. So let's go ahead and start at that top quadrant, the stripes. And again, I like that shading look. So I'm going to bring the color right into where I'm putting that ink. Now, if you wanted to do lighter, then yes, definitely transfer it off to a unscratched piece of paper to give it a softer blend. Absolutely, that works great. So pretty. And I'm making it bold, remember? So that's probably like my 5th pass on some of those quadrants. Okay, and this is for project 1. Is this one called Sending You Hugs? This one? What is this workshop called? I can't remember. Yeah. So I'm on Sending You Hugs. It is still available for purchase. So if you love it, you can still get it. Or if you need another set because it's just that good, you can buy another one. It's under the promotions tab on your maker's website or at closetomyheart.com. You can see everything that comes in this bundle. It's not a fast workshop, but the impact and the wow of the cards shows you why, you know. But it's part of the fun of the craft, right? Put on your favorite football game if you're Karen Pedersen and blend away. Me, I was watching Virgin River.
Oh, see, I'd be like, I don't think I can watch a football game and do this because
You get too
I
into
gotta,
the game.
yeah, I want to see all the plays.
There's still plenty of timeouts and downtime in between plays, and so you need to watch every replay.
All right. There, I am done. I feel really good about that coloring with that. So it looks great to me. So we're going to move on to Flamingo. But you know the drill. Let's take off our parts and pieces. And clean our stencil and our work surface. Let's move this piece out of the way. Look how pretty. Coming together. All righty. This one doesn't feel as scary to clean because it's just the honey butter, but look, it does. It does transfer over, guys. All right. Clean my hands really good. Use some hand sanitizer to get that ink off my hands. And we're gonna dry. Let's dry our stencil on our work surface. Because we're going to use the same stencil, but this time we're going to flip it. And I'll show you what I mean when I say flip. Okay. Bring it back in. Okay, this is what we did, right? So now I'm just literally flipping it and then lining those up. Make sure they're all lined up how I want them to be. That looks great. Washi down.
Gotta say, Monica, you're taking a very complicated looking stencil and making it look pretty simple. So,
well,
great work.
Go me. I'm telling you, I practiced and practiced till I knew I felt good about what I was teaching. So practice does sometimes make perfect.
Earlier in the comments, Jennifer commented and said, the great thing about this stencil is there's no right way to do it. But I think you're showing the right way.
Well, we're just trying to get that pattern, right? All those quadrants in a certain particular pattern, the way that she's done it. And she's done such a good job. It is a puzzle. It's like putting together a puzzle. All right, I've got flamingo ink and a brand new blending brush. And we're going to go direct on because I want that bold pink. Beautiful, beautiful flamingo ink. Oh, look at that little shading there on those corners. I love that look. Yeah, if you don't like this pattern, then make up your own pattern, but at least you got the color combo, right? So you can see all I did was we determined which was the front side and then kept it in the same direction with the pattern and just flipped it. And that's what gave me this combination. And we do have pictures in the guide to show you what the front side looks. And you just need to find like a spot and then try to match that spot up. Like don't get overwhelmed because it does funny things to your eyes when you start like, what about this circle? What about this quadrant? What about this one? Just look for two that are the same or, you know, that you can see. And that's your mark. And that's what you're trying to line up. And remember, you could make 4 of this card exact in the workshop.
I was wondering, would you just do each ink color one at a time if you were going to make 4? Would you do all of the archival black at once?
No, I would do it. I would do each one at a time. But maybe because that's how I teach. You know what I mean?
So you'd go through all 4 steps of inking.
Yeah.
And then you'd start on the next one.
I would. But I don't know, Karen, what would you do?
I would do one color at a time on all 4. Like I would do all the black, then all the, yeah, that's what I'm trying to
I'd save
say.
you wiping off your stencils.
Although
maybe
you
a
still have to
couple
be so
times.
careful because when
You get
when it's
transfer ink.
inky,
Yeah.
if you don't lay it perfectly down flat and you have to adjust it a little, that you'll get a little smudgy. It's, yeah. Cleaning them each time is the best way to go.
Yeah, and I'm an ink transferer. I don't know how it happens. I'm just like, where did that come from? I don't know why, but so that's why I'm extra cautious and extra careful. But again, it's about the process on these too. Like you're enjoying that process, you know? Hey, there is our base. Isn't that beautiful? So pretty. So let's go ahead and clean off our stencil. I'll do it off to the side here. And then we can just let it dry. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that. That was fun. Okay, now we're ready to assemble our card. So let's go ahead and take off the washi on the back of our card. You should see my washi pile next to me, or maybe you shouldn't. All right, so here is 1A. So we need, or this is not 1A, this is, oh, it is 1A. 1A. Then we also have this piece here. This is 1B. Now what Jennifer's done is she's taking a sponge and then cut that up and then inked all of the edges black, including the inside. You know, I can do just, let's just do the outside. I like it better that way, but it's really up to you how you want to do it. So if you have a sponge, here's a whole sponge. We're going to cut this sponge. I'm actually going to cut this one into 1/8, I think. I got 4 out of that half. These are great, inexpensive to add to your order. And now I'm just going to sponge with the archival black. Just tap that onto my ink pad and just do a light little sponge across the outside of this card, just to add a little bit of depth and dimension when I lay this down. I'm kind of pinching that sponge too. You don't have to. If you like the just crisp white, you can definitely do that. I will tell you, my samples have a little more black smudging than Jennifer's do. She was really careful with hers. So I'm not going to do them. And all of these cards, this project 1 and project 2 of hers have it, but I'm only going to do this one card. Almost done. And it's just the edges. Hopefully you can see that. I think it's a little cleaner if I swipe it instead of what I was doing, pouncing. There we go. Okay, I'm done with that. I found the inside to be a little tricky, so I'm not going to do the inside, and I think it looks great. Next, I'm going to use some thin 3D foam tape. And the thin width 3D foam tape. Grab some scissors. Oh, they're right here. I'm like, I couldn't find them, and they were on the desk. And we're just going to add some throughout this little layer here. This little window. I'm like, what do you call this piece? The window. Shoot, Karen, I need a favor. This is live, you guys.
What did you say?
I said I need a favor. Do you have Jody's phone number by chance?
No.
Okay. Maybe I'll write it down for you.
Okay. You need me to text him and give
yeah,
him some
can
information?
You text him. I totally forgot to tell him that Maya has a ride for Shakespeare tonight.
Okay. You sure you don't want to just announce his phone number to everyone?
Everybody want to text Jody? I actually don't care, but
I'll come up there. You can just hand me a piece of paper.
or you could just mute me for a second, Ash. Okay, we're back on. I gave Karen the phone number. You guys, this is live. This is real life, right? Oh, so funny. Oh, well. I just, it was one of those mom moments where I was like, oh, I didn't tell. I looked at the time and then I realized Maya only has an hour to get ready for Shakespeare. She's in a Shakespeare theater tonight. She's in the ensemble. and they're going to a huge, massive Shakespeare competition down in Cedar City, Utah. They leave tomorrow morning, and her school is renowned at the Shakespeare Theater. Like, they won national titles. Like, they've been working really hard on their Shakespeare. So that's happening tonight. So thanks, Karen.
No problem. You
Sure, he's gonna be like, Karen who? 5:45. They're coming for her at 5:40. Okay, now I'm just layering this piece, this little window, on top of that piece that we just stenciled. And I did it, as you could see, with 3D foam tape so that it could give it a little lift. Look at how pretty that is. Now this is going to go on our card front. Let's go ahead. Oh, I got a standard size card instead of a slimline. Okay. Actually, let's finish building it and then we'll add it at the end. Okay, so now we're going to, we just did that. Now we're going to do the stamp sentiment. So we've got this stamp sentiment, and then Karen also cut us some of those black circles, I think. Sorry, everybody, you get to watch my head. Oh, I see them. They're in a pile on to the right side. Okay. We've got a black circle and the white circle with our sentiment, and let's go ahead and add some adhesive to that. Mom duty, right? Thanks, Karen.
No problem.
Oh, whatever.
tell them all the things I know.
Yeah, well, yeah, what is there to say? His life is bossy.
You're just aggressively
And he-
helpful.
and
I just
he-
saw that on a t-shirt. Have you seen that t-shirt?
Yes, I have. And he's going to say, really? I've been married to her for 30 years.
My sisters call me the bossy one. I feel like I'm going to get that for Christmas, maybe.
I did see that. Who was wearing that? Oh, it was Betsy, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to find 3D foam tape that's the thin of the thicker width. I found some. Okay. So we have two different heights, if you will, of the foam tape. And one of them is called just 3D foam tape, and the other is thin. This one is using the thin. So you can see I'm just putting this foam tape in the center because I'm going to be tucking some things underneath on the sides there. Let's go ahead and add this right here. Let's see. There we go. I could bring my Versamat in to give you a measurement if you'd like. I'm sure you would like. Let's bring that back in. So if you're measuring from the bottom to the right up, it's 7 3/4 is the top of that circle. Okay. All right, now we're ready to add our fun little embellishments and our little fun stamping that we've already done. And these have 3D foam tape on them as well. So we're going to do that leaf shape first. And let's go ahead and add a thin width of the thin 3D foam tape. We're going to tuck that in. Right about here. Then we're going to do the larger leaf, and they have some really pretty shimmer. It's so hard, it doesn't read on camera, but I promise you that shimmer is everything. You don't want to miss that step. You think you don't need it, but it really does make it so pretty. And like Jennifer said, you don't have to color in the lines and you get big wow impact, so that's cool. Okay, this one's going to go kind of layered on top, off to the side. Oh, make it a little more straight up. And then we've got a flower that's going to go on 3D foam tape as well. Go. I would have totally given everybody Jody's phone number. I would have. It would have been fun to see what you guys would tell them. All right. We've added that flower.
Then we're going to add the little flower over here off to the side. Maya is so stoked for Shakespeare.
So did you say they get to perform in that Recreation Shakespeare Theater down there in Cedar City?
Yes, it's a big competition. It's huge and it's very, very competitive. And they qualify for all the divisions, elementary school, middle school, and high school. Maya's in middle school. And they've been like #1 for I don't know how many years. And they're just a tiny school. It's a private tiny school, but they're known for their theater Shakespeare stuff.
That's really awesome. I went down there last year. I didn't go to the Recreation Theater. I went to a different theater nearby, just one of the indoor ones. But there were some people rehearsing on that big stage, and I could kind of see through the kids. It looks like it'd be quite an experience to attend a show.
Yeah,
there.
it's so cool. That's where I'm headed right after here is I've got to go to see Maya's show because tonight's the debut for the parents before they're off in the morning. And it's like super intense and she doesn't get home till Saturday night. So, but she's so stoked.
Did you tell everybody what the show was? I kind of missed that.
I totally forgot. I knew they were gonna ask me, dang it. I forgot, you guys. I don't know, some Shakespeare or something.
Just one of those Shakespeare ones. They're all the same, I think.
Okay, now we're gonna add the black paperboard die cuts. Maya doesn't have a phone, or I'd say we can text her, but she doesn't have a phone. She's only 12.
Maybe Karen can text Jody and
Text
find out.
Jody and ask Maya. Text Jody to ask Maya what show she's in for Shakespeare competition. Yeah.
Okay, Jody also just answered me with a thumbs up, so you're all set.
See, he's a man of many words. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Of course he did. Of course it was a thumbs up. Okay. We're adding some adhesive and adding this beautiful little black star there, and then another one off to the other side. And then the big star. Now you're going to say, hey, if I'm making 4 of these, but I don't have that many stars, the instructions actually say embellish at your discretion. So you don't need to have exact same things. I just happen to have a fresh one, but you're going to have lots of different icons on here, and feel free to just be creative and use whatever you'd like. So that is card project number 1. Oh, I haven't put it on the card base. Let me do that. I'm like, why does this feel flatter? Now I know why. Okay, so here is my card base. You can see there's like a little ridge, little mountain, if you will. And you just bend that in, and that gives you the perfect fold every time. And now we add some adhesive to the back of 1A. And we're going to add that onto the card base. There we go. Okay, now we really are done. So that is project 1. So cute, so good. Okay, let's just clean up just a little bit because I've got quite a disaster over here. Don't show them, Ashley.
It's such a great card. Some people were commenting earlier. There was a little conversation about they couldn't imagine sending a card to somebody that they had spent this much time on, or it had to be somebody that they knew were going to take good care of that card.
I told Karen earlier, I said, I think these cards are so stunning that I would feel so special if someone sent me this card in the mail, honestly. So I will be reserving these for those super special people in my life, because it is a little labor of love, but honestly, I'm proud of it. It's so pretty.
That means if we don't get that card, we know where we ranked.
I better make a whole lot. Oh dear.
Jody just answered. He says he doesn't remember ever being told what Shakespeare
Well, I
played
said
in.
ask Maya. I knew he would.
Oh, I'll tell him to ask her.
Yeah, I knew he wouldn't remember. Because I don't remember. So if I don't remember, he's definitely not going to remember. Yeah. All right. So we've got piece 2A, and that's what we're starting with. We're going to do the stripe stencil this time. Oh, let me show you the card. This is the card that we're doing. And let me grab my stripe stencil. I took it out of the package. So there's 2 as well of this size. You've got like a thicker stripe and a thinner stripe. And there's going to be... What? What just happened?
I just meant to send a laughy face to Jody, and I sent a kiss. I better explain.
Karen, are you flirting with my husband? What the heck? I give you the phone number one time.
He answered really quick after that. It's King Lear, by the way.
Okay.
And I did apologize for the kiss. I'm so sorry.
Well, you guys, if you want entertainment, you'll get it here at Close to My Heart. That is for dang sure. Oh my goodness. Karen, that is too good. All right, I'm lining this.
I didn't even realize I did it till I looked down to see if he'd answer. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I said the kissy face.
Well, at least it wasn't Brian sending Jody the kissing.
That's true.
Oh my goodness gracious. He's going to be like, that's the most action I've had all day. Thanks, Karen. Are people laughing? Are they? Do they think we're just silly? I'm sure. Okay.
Can't make this stuff up.
No, you really can't. You just can't. That's how you know we truly are live, my friends. We truly, truly are. Okay, I'm just doing the same technique. I put some washi tape behind that piece so that I could keep it stable. And then I'm adding washi tape on all 4 edges of this one. This one you do want to be more careful with because of the wider lines and the skinny lines. You just want to make sure you're not jiggling it too much or you will get ink in between where you don't want ink to be. So here we have 2A. We're using the stencil and the blending brush. I'm so sorry. That was just too funny. What did you say to him?
I said, let me go back. I said she said ask Maya, and then I meant to put laughy face like go do what she said, and I went. She said ask Maya kiss. Then he answers the King Lear thing, and I said that was supposed to be a laughing face. I'm sorry, I'm dying. He has not answered me.
I'm sure he's embarrassed. That's so funny. Embarrassed for you.
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay, so now I've got flamingo ink on my blending brush. I'm going to go in one direction to give it a smooth look. This is a bold pink, so I'm not transferring ink color, but I'm going in one direction with my bristles, okay? This is going to take a little bit of time, but the payoff is worth it. It's so pretty. There we go. Look at that beautiful pink. Again, this is flamingo ink, and I'm going in one direction with my bristles. Just gonna keep layering. All right, what else are we gonna talk about as I keep doing this? Besides you flirting with my husband, I wait till I see Dan. And he'll be like, not surprised.
Ever since yesterday, when we've been doing these slimline cards up and down on this frame, and I know it's hard to fit them in, it's been reminding me of this old video that came out years ago about a vertical video syndrome. People making videos with their phones, doing the videos up and down.
Yeah.
And the people who made the video were like, movies are supposed to be horizontal. Our eyes are horizontal from each other. Turn your phone on its side.
Is that better?
So, what? Did you turn it sideways?
I I did.
My husband
hey.
and I actually just had this conversation this week, Brian. He's like, why do you always make all your videos vertical? And I'm like, because depending on where you post them, it's automatically, and I post a lot of video on Instagram. And he's like, yeah, but when you make a volleyball video of Daisy, just because he has had back surgery and can't go to everything right now. And so I send him videos of Daisy and he goes, all I see is like her and one other person. It's just habit. I don't know. I
It's
can't.
funny, and I think it's obviously gotten caught on a lot more now, because this was years and years ago. I think when smartphones were still pretty new, they were making a big fuss. But I always think of the vertical videos. But look at that! You turned it sideways, and now you can see the whole card base.
I
It's
know.
like it was meant to
That was a
be.
really good suggestion. It's weird because I practiced it with the other way, but it's fine. Yes, he's.
No, I didn't want to. I didn't want to say, "Hey, you should do that sideways," because I didn't want to mess you up in creating the cards.
It's a really great
it was just
suggestion.
I mean, it worked.
It was just fitting the,
Just go.
fitting the content to the frame. That's all. It was funny.
Well,
It looks
worked.
great. I hope it, and it looks like it hasn't messed you up at all. You're doing a great job there.
Well, this stuff is pretty simple, thank goodness. But this is why we need the talking discussion or talking points now, because otherwise you're just gonna watch me put you to sleep as I brush this paper lovingly with kissy face emojis.
In the video, they were teasing about how movie theaters were going to have to change to have like vertical screens in the movie theater instead of sideways screens. That was a really interesting concept about people's eyes being side by side, though, and so that's why you got better peripheral with a horizontal frame rather than vertical.
That is such a nerdy fact. Thank you.
This is my attempt at starting conversation. It's not going anywhere.
Good job. Well, look, you made change happen, so. What do you guys want to talk about?
Well,
out
Penny
there?
Blaylock wanted to know about the brush. She said you're using a bristle brush, not a foam type brush.
Yep, bristle
Yes.
brush. This is called a blending brush. You can see it just gives a beautiful blend.
We do have the foam toppers,
We
don't
do.
we? For
Um,
people like that look
well,
instead.
actually, we don't anymore. We just have these now. Pretty sure. We used to.
I'm so out of date.
You know, inventory things. We had to pick and choose our faves, and this one fell in the faves. Okay. We're in the home stretch down at the bottom on this level, this layer.
Starting to look like a candy cane.
It is. But it does not once you add the yellow. Did Jody ever respond to Karen?
No.
He's so clueless. I'm sure he has no idea what we're all here talking about him.
Are you sure he's not tuned in watching on the Facebook Live?
absolutely positively sure. I don't think he's ever watched one of my Facebook Lives. Let's see, it's 5 o'clock. He's probably making dinner for the kids. And he's a huge fantasy football guy. He's always doing that too. Him and all the menfolk of our family are on a fantasy football league, several. Last year, some of my daughters even got in on it, and they don't know anything about football. They just wanted to be in on the know of it all. And I just watched grandbabies while they all talked about it.
That's like when my whole family had Fitbit watches and they were all doing the Fitbit steps challenges, and I never had one. So I would just sit there while they all talked about how many steps everybody had and who was doing the bingo card and whatever. And I just would be left out of every conversation about the Fitbit challenges.
Does your family do fantasy football, Karen?
My boys do. Dan doesn't like fantasy football. He just thinks it's such a waste of time for real football. And I did it 1 year, and I kind of agree with Dan. Like, it's not as, I don't get the rush of fantasy football as I do like just regular watching football. And I also think it makes you watch games differently because instead of cheering for your team, you're cheering for individual players. All these other different teams to do really well that week against so and so. I like football more like just watching. I don't know.
I never thought in a million years I'd be talking fantasy football on a Facebook Live for close to my heart. It was serendipitous that I did it on this Versamat, that I could flip it like that, because normally I've been doing it on the all-purpose mat. So if I had done it on the all-purpose mat, there was no way I was going to be able to flip that. Okay. So now I'm going to go back to my all-purpose mat because it's just easier to clean. And I'll do it this way, TV mode or movie mode. And now we're going to do the thin stripes. Just make sure I've got the orientation right. Is this going to throw me? It might. See how talented I really am. Like, it's weird not doing it in the direction of the instructions. I'm going to do like...
Yeah, don't let me mess you up.
But I do like you can see the whole thing. I think this is right. I do. I really do. Okay.
Someone's asking what's fantasy football. I don't really know what it
Probably an
is.
Australian or New Zealand or
It's actually, it's Jennifer.
Canadian. You would probably know better than me.
Okay.
And me.
Of your own team and you draft players. So you may draft, I don't know, Travis Kelce from the Chiefs.
You mean Taylor's guy?
Yeah.
That's what I do know.
That one. But you also might have a quarterback from the 49ers. You may have defensive linemen. You know, you just get what you get. And you go, like, usually it's either online or you meet and you each draft your team. Whoever's going to be in your fantasy football league. And then once you have your team, they can't hear me? Really? Can't hear me? My button's pushed all the way. Anyway, then each week you watch the games and see how your players do, and you get, like, I guess an easy way to explain it is you get points for when the players on your team perform well that week. You can also do things during the league, like make the trades and things like that, but anyway. I do have a bad mic. I don't know
What's going on?
Switch mic.
We just did. Can everybody hear me now? Did they hear any of that? I don't know. Maybe they don't care anyway.
Karen. So did they never hear the kissy face emoji story? Oh man.
I just got a DM saying that it's just been the last 2 times I've talked.
Oh,
so.
okay. Okay. I'm like, because you guys missed out on a really funny story, and then I must have sounded like a lunatic over here laughing without knowing what I was laughing about.
No, they were all laughing along with that one.
Okay.
Are you not going to go over the football again, Karen? You're just going to leave them in the dark?
Even though, I mean, because sometimes you can hear it like being picked up somewhere else in the room. I'll tell you quickly again. For those who want to hear, fantasy football is like you're a coach of your own team and you draft players, but you draft players that are actually in the NFL. And so you either meet in person or you do it online where you each take turns drafting your team. You have to get a quarterback and running backs and all the different positions, but they're probably from different teams all over the league. So like I was saying, a lot of you probably know who Travis Kelce is now since he's dating Taylor Swift. Maybe I'll get Travis Kelce as my tight end from the Chiefs, but I might get a different quarterback from another team. And then you watch and you get points as those players do well and your team scores points. So that's why I was saying I like it a lot better to just watch football and enjoy the team instead of like watching players from all these different teams, just wanting that one player to do well. But that's kind of how fantasy football works. You can also trade and all kinds of things, but.
So Jody has 4 brothers and they play and they bought a trophy from like the Goodwill. We call it the DI here. And they like had a little plaque made and it's like a big prestigious thing to win the Weehongi fantasy football trophy. But it's really like somebody's old football trophy from, who knows when. So it's just silly. But I guess that's how they bond, guy bonding thing. Alrighty, I think we are good. Nice, bold, beautiful. Oh, this was honey butter.
The guy bonding in my family is over video games. This is a true story. I got added to a group chat with my dad, who retired last year, my oldest brother, who's a doctor in Washington, and my younger brother, who's a physical therapist in Washington. And they started a chat about the new Zelda game that came out this year. And they were asking questions and telling each other tips. And it was in the middle of some stuff I was doing, so I muted the conversation. And I looked at it later in the day, and I had like over 60 texts in this conversation thread about this video game between my dad and my 2 brothers. And I was like, guys, come on.
Like, get a life. That's so funny. Okay, we are done with that beautiful background. Isn't that so pretty? Okay, let's take that off. And now we're ready to build card 2. Let me clean the stencil. Oop. This one you do need to be a little more careful. Those thinner lines. Hey Ash, do we have any more baby wipes? I've used them all. I think I have some over there, back there. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Brian. Thanks. Dry off our workstation. Let me bring back the Versamat. Okay, we're ready to start assembling this card. Did I leave my glasses over there too? Man, I've been doing really good without them. Go me. I'm giving Brian his little workout right now. Thanks, Brian. All right, we're going to bring in our little window frame for this one. And we're going to do the same thing. This time, again, optional. You can add the black sponging around the edges or inside edge. You can see the sample has it that way, but I'm not going to do it on this one. So we're going to go ahead and add some 3D foam tape to our window. Go ahead and do that. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I'll do it right after I do this. Don't let me forget. Is the black shimmer brush technique. We got to do that because that really does add a lot of vibrancy to that card base. So let me finish adding the 3D foam tape to this and then we'll put it to the side and we'll do that step. A little out of order, but it's not a big deal. We just don't want to add the window without getting splatters. Okay, so let's put that off to the side. We're going to bring this back in, and I'm actually going to do it on this. And I would recommend if you have like a little box or a little something so that you don't get any black sprinkles on you. This one's already been opened, so we've got the black shimmer brush. So you remember what the clear looks like, right? It's so pretty and so vibrant. Let me show you on the scratch piece of paper. There's the black. Ooh, that one's juicy. And it's got a little bit of glitter. See it very well on this one. But it does, trust me. Okay, so there's a few ways you can do it. You can just tap your finger and kind of squeeze. Oh, starting to get some splatters. The closer you are, the bigger the splatters. The farther away, the wider the smaller the splatters. You could also tap it up against, I don't know, some other hard surface. Yeah, look at that. Lots of splatters. So good, right? And if you're looking for like some really big splatters, you could even draw your very own. There's one. I'm just using the tip of that. But I got some pretty good ones just with that splatter alone. Okay, that is the splattering. So good. Let's move it out of the way. Let me clean that up. I might have got some splatters on my other projects that I have right here. Oopsie. So yeah, I just want to make sure there's nothing nearby the splash zone, as you will get ink on that too. Okay. Back in the Versamat. There's the card sample. And we've already added our 3D foam tape. Bring that back in. Add the frame now. Just taking the backing off. Okay. Go. So good. Okay, now we're going to add our sentiment. So we've got sending you a hug and a black circle as the backing of that one. Add some adhesive. Stick it right in the center of that black circle. Add some 3D foam tape. It's about at the 7-inch mark from the bottom. Okay, now we're going to add our beautiful stamped pieces. Again, you can add white shimmer or clear shimmer to these. I didn't do it on mine. It's hard to see anyway under the close-up, but you can, and in person you want to do it for sure. It's so cute. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a leaf. This leaf is just going to be adhered right onto that black circle here. This way. Then we're going to add a flower with 3D foam tape. Cute, cute, cute. If you don't want your flowers, see, I could see mine was kind of leaning. You can do a double 3D foam tape underneath that. So that way, because it's already sitting on this piece that has 3D foam tape, it's supported all the way. There we go. Perfect. Okay, now we're going to add, oh, let's see, large leaf. They were hiding underneath my paperboard. Okay, we're going to add another large, well, let's do the small leaf first, actually. That one is on 3D foam tape. There we go. Right about, let's do it right here, down. Then we're going to add the larger leaf, just going to adhere it on. I'm going to move this over just a little. Better. Okay, we're going to do some 3D foam tape on this one. When I put 3D foam tape on the side, that's not going to be on this little photo or this little sentiment here. So that way I don't have to double layer it. But it's still popped up from down here and up here because it's laying on top of that. Then we've got the tiny flower. And we're going to add some 3D foam tape to that. Right here. Now we've got some paperboard to add. So we've got this fun little hexagon kind of shape. And it has a big heart. We're not going to use the big heart. And then we're just going to add that directly onto the card base there. Okay. Just kind of tuck that in right there. So cute. Then we're going to add this little banner, pennant banner that has a heart in the middle of it. Here it is, right next to the bow. Again, we're going to punch that little heart out. Not use it, save it. And then put adhesive. That. We're going to add that right here in between the flower and the leaf. Okay, let's see. We've got a star and that tiny heart that we just used. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to add adhesive to that tiny star. Or, sorry, that's a heart. Well, it's a little larger than that one, but it's fine. Again, you can just use your discretion and use whatever icons you want to use.
Just so that no, Monica, it's hard to see, but in the camera that's on that's where that little baby heart comes from.
In the camera, in the center of the camera, yeah. But again, you have 4 of this same card, so you're going to have 4 cameras and 4 of the tiny hearts, so you'll have to look around and see what works for you, but you've got lots of options on here. You do. Okay, I think we are done, and that is project 2. So adorable. Oh, once again, I forgot to put it on the card base. But trust me, you put it on a card base. So here's the little mountain, fold it in, and then we add adhesive. Like every time I pick up the sample and the piece that I just finished, I'm like, oh, something's missing.
Okay, now it really is done. Here's the card. Beautiful. Okay, card 2 done. Let's bring in card 3, project 3. And this one that I thought I added splatters to actually has splatters. So it's meant to be. All right, I'm gonna take a drink. We're halfway there. Okay. Let's bring in piece 3B. This piece right here. We're going to add some of the washi that I've saved over here on the side. 3B. And this one's the right size so you can see everything. And then remember I told you get 2 sets of those stencils in each pack. So we've got the striped standard card size. We've got those here. Here's the card. Okay, now let's figure out which we're using first. So we're going to do the wider stripe. So we're doing this one. Yeah, this way. Okay. And notice that I'm not going to sponge this piece up here. I'm not going to distress brush this piece up here. Okay. Washi tape. Let me make sure I'm lining that up. Move that down. Hold on. Hold the phone.
Got some people saying this one's their favorite card.
Is it?
Loving the color combinations.
Nice. Okay, there we go. That's about where I want it. So the top of this stripe, there's a smaller stripe, then this stripe is the top of my card. That's how I'm measuring it out. Okay, because this one doesn't have a frame, you're going to see all the edges, and you do want the sponging to come off the edges. So that's how I'm measuring where I'm sponging, okay? In fact, I did that one. Hold on, I'm going to realign this one just a little tad. Okay, now I've got it perfect. Okay. The colors are so pretty. They really are. We're using Lagoon and Glacier ink on these. Lagoon and Glacier. Again, the colors are pretty bold, you know, they're pretty, they're not like soft. It looks like it's softer, but it's not. It's the truest Glacier, you know, color. So, okay. So we're going to do that one first. So let's start off with, let's do Glacier first. Okay, I've got a clean brush. We're going to do Glacier. And we're not doing this one, just this stripe here. And I am doing a little bit of the ink off to the side, that first pounce, if you will. It's so beautiful. Glacier is one of my favorite colors, actually. But I love Seabrook and Mist too, so that whole family is just so pretty. Beautiful. I love the way this is looking. This way now.
Just trying to get the darkest tone of that glacier color, okay? Okay, when all else fails, what are you eating tonight? I had barbecue chicken and it was yummy. And hush puppies. Do you guys know what hush puppies are? It's fried cornmeal and it's delicious.
I love hush puppies.
Me too.
Did you do R&R tonight?
I did. I ate before I came up
Oh,
because I hadn't eaten anything all day.
I always order when I do R&R. I always get those hush puppies at R&R. For any of you that have, I don't know if it's a chain. I think it's a national chain, right?
I think
R&R
so.
barbecue?
I don't know.
Their hush puppies have little pieces of jalapenos in them, and I love that.
Me too. That's really why I go to R&R is just to get the hush
Me
puppies.
too.
Especially when they're like hot, like they're fresh. Oh, they're so good. But even if they're cold, I still like them.
I think that was the first place I ever got hush puppies.
Really? It's a very southern thing. That and they have fried okra, delicious. Fried pickles, yummy. Pretty much anything fried, I love. Sadly, but true. Yeah. I feel like this stripe here, it doesn't really, it's not that big of a deal, but there's not enough white there. Oh, I know what I did. I don't think you can see it, but the stencil is underneath that corner. I'm like, something's not right here. Can you see that? There. Okay. I actually feel like even that feels like that's fine. We're good. You're good. Make it your own, my friends. Make it your own. It'll be fine. I'm glad I caught that the stencil had slipped from underneath the corner. So give me that white little corner. Okay. One more for good measure. Ooh, scary. Okay. We're done with the white stripe. Okay, beautiful. Let's clean off that stencil. And now we're going to use the Lagoon ink with the skinnier stripes. Clean this off. Hey, did they post where what they're eating?
Oh, we've had a couple people.
Only a couple.
Some teriyaki tofu and rice.
Oh,
Sounds delicious.
sounds healthy.
Some leftover chicken and noodles.
Yum.
We've got approval of jalapenos in hush puppies from Melissa Robinson. So
So good. So yummy.
And,
Okay.
someone else commented that hush puppies are a brand of shoe. I feel like I've heard of those.
Oh, that's right. They are.
Sloppy Joes.
Wait a second. A little bit. Yes, thank you. We're flipping and flipping and flipping. Okay. Let's go ahead and lay this down. We want to overlap some of that stripe onto that glacier piece because it's going to be a little of an overlap and layer. Actually, I feel like, no, yeah, okay. There, that's what I'm looking for. Dang, I got it stuck in the slot. Okay. I just want a little tiny bit of lagoon down in that corner. Just want to make sure I've got some overlapping happening too. That's not going to work. I'll go back to what it was doing. No, that's where I was. It's fun.
There's something about being live on camera that makes it so that we can't find
But you
what
can see
happens
that
if
you
we
can
have-
make a beautiful, beautiful pattern plaid there.
That would be pretty too, Monica. Show them how to do a plaid.
No, I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm trying to do. No, okay. I'm going back. Going back. You're watching the live process. That's right. You sure are.
So many options, and all of them are right.
Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do. It's not going to line up all the way, but this is what I want. I promise you this is what I want. I just want to make sure my stripes go off my card. You see how that goes off the card? And this is going to overlap this one. We're going to have this one here. We're going to have a little white gap here. That's what I want. Okay? And then we'll go back through and do a little tiny lagoon corner there. Sound good? We're good? Yeah, pretty good. Okay. I just didn't want my stripes to be too short and have white edges. So I want to make sure that I was doing that right. And I'm just bringing in some used washi because that feels like it should be okay. Well, we're not going to do any up here. We're just going to do these here. So we should be good. Okay, let's do some lagoon. Make sure here's the lagoon. All right, so again, you can do just about anything because you can shift these down, you can flip them, you can turn them 180 degrees, you can turn them 90 degrees. Like there's just a lot of possibilities on these. All right, so we're not doing up here, we're just doing center and bottom. That's what I'm focused on, okay? So let's go ahead and go in on this. And it's really a bold lagoon, guys. Bold lagoon.
That could be a movie title, The Bold Lagoon.
That's our movie title for the Thailand trip. We were just talking about the caves in Thailand, the cliffs in the middle of the ocean.
Got some more dinners coming in that are sounding pretty delicious. Some grilled salmon with
Ooh.
broccoli. Some pulled pork that's been smoked for 14 hours.
Wow, fancy.
What's the occasion?
Yeah.
Chicken fried rice. All sounding good.
I love all foods. I really do.
Yeah, Monica's, I was telling her, I think just this week, that she's the kind of person I love to cook for. She just, I think, appreciates every kind of food there is. And I wish that, I don't feel like I'm a picky person, but I'm definitely more picky than Monica. And she, I mean, she just always is telling me all the good foods and where she gets them and all of that. I love to cook though. I love to cook. And so it makes me try new things too as I try out new recipes.
I love your baked goods. That's for sure.
Why, thank you.
I'm not a very good baked goods person, but I do make good meals. Try anyway. Okay. Let's take a look at this beauty. Nice. Good. Okay, now remember I wanted just a little tiny corner of that lagoon peeking out. So I'm just going to add this stencil right here. We're not going to clean it even. And we're just going to add a little tiny bit of lagoon down here at the bottom. Easy peasy. That up. This up. Wow, that is so pretty. Okay, we're gonna move that off to the side. Let me clean up all this here. To the side. We are done with the striped standard card size. Make sure your fingers get clean too, because that lagoon, it's like the archival black. Bold colors really come out. Okay.
You keep saying bold colors, but I think you're saying old colors. Because I just keep thinking how Lagoon is one of our older colors. We've had it around for a long
I'm saying
time.
bold as in
Bold, yeah.
bright and bold. The bold and the beautiful.
Yes.
That's what I mean. Oh. Okay. Dry off our work surface. Okay, this is project 3. Taking my shoes off, guys. This is serious. Okay, project 3. Here we go. Okay, we're going to bring in our sentiment to a very special friend. We've also got lots of flowers for this one and leaves. Make sure you can see those on camera. We've got a half flower and 2 of the big flowers. We've got 2 big leaves and 2 small leaves. Okay. Again, you can add white shimmer brush to those to make those shimmer and shine beautifully. But I'm not going to do that for this round. Okay, we've got our card base, our card front, I should say. And then we're going to adhere this piece on top of that. Oh, let's take our washi off that. And then we'll add it to our card front. And we're just going to center that to leave about 1/4 inch around. Okay, we're going to add a large circle to the back of that sentiment. I just tripped on my own shoes, and that's what I get for just taking them off where I was standing. I'm glad I didn't bip it. That would have been hilarious. You would have just heard me fall. Okay, we're going to add 3D foam tape to the back of this. Make sure I'm adding it to the right direction. Okay, there. I'm going to just add it towards the center because I'm going to be tucking some things underneath, okay? See that? Okay, we're going to add that to the center of our card. And then we're going to add a big flower cluster. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Oh, man, I forgot to add my splatters. Here. Yes, it forgave. Okay, super. We're going to move all this stuff out of the way because we don't want to splatter it. Let's get our black shimmer brush and we are going to do some fun splatters. Here we go. We're going to use this shimmer brush that I have handy here. That has my little, there, beautiful. That's what I'm looking for. Nice, I like that. Got some bold ones down here. Okay. That is very splattered. It looks awesome though. All right, let's clean that up. Just use a tissue on that one. Love that all-purpose mat. It wipes off so fast, so clean. Okay, we are back at it now. So let's go ahead, and it dries pretty quick, you guys. It really does. We're going to add our sentiment back on with our 3D foam tape. Oh, I can't put that high. And now let's go ahead and add these flowers. We're going to add the half flower. Foam tape to that. We're going to tuck that in underneath right here. We're going to add a large leaf. Here, tuck it in under there. Go. Then we're going to add one of these large flowers, and we're just going to add adhesive to the one side that's going to stick on to this piece, and then some 3D foam tape on the other half of it. That's going to be off of that piece, so it stands up evenly. Okay. Maybe a little more to the side, don't you think? There. Cut my words. Okay. Then we're going to add another small leaf. And we're just going to add adhesive to that. And we're going to tuck that right underneath there, that flower. Then we're going to add another flower, large flower over here by the word friend. And we're going to do, again, the half adhesive and half 3D foam tape. Flower. Under there. And a small flower or small leaf. I think I said large flower. I meant leaf. Tuck it in under both. Okay, let's add our paperboard. We're going to do a leaf sprig. On these more delicate ones, I like to add adhesive to the back of the paperboard, so it's easy to just kind of punch out and then add on to your project without tearing it when you're putting the adhesive on, you know, freely, I guess, without it being supported by the paperboard backing. And then just kind of gently punch that out. Adhesive on my fingers that spread, so it's all right. We'll use our rub and remove eraser to get some of that off. Grab that. Gosh, I tripped on my shoes again. I'm gonna move those.
Maybe take them out of the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick those out of the way. Now you know, tell your kids, don't put your shoes away.
Doesn't do any good when you tell them, though.
No. All right, put those away. Okay, we're gonna do this little flower right here. Again, you don't have enough to do 4 of each of the same thing because you have 4 cards of the same cards. So you just kind of pick and choose what you want to use as far as the paperboard option add-ons go. All right, we are done with card number 3. Yay! Okay, last card. We've got this card is the last card, Project 4. And again, I'm just making 1 of each of these cards, but you have enough to do 4 of each card. Okay, we're going to bring in piece 4B. to do the stencil. Okay. Oh, I brought 2 pieces in. 4B, that's what you're looking for, 4B. And we're looking for the quadrant standard card size. 3D foam tape stuck on mine. Okay, there we go. So let's find layer 1 front. So what we're gonna do is we're looking at the directions I am, and I'm looking to see how to line that up. So I've looked, there's 2 stripe ones going vertically, no, horizontally. There, you can see those now. These 2 across from each other there. And then this little corner wedge. That's how I know this is layer 1 front, okay? So layer 1 front. Oh, which we're doing in, hold on, hold the phone. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I got this. Okay, this is the one we need. So we need, I was looking at the right side instead of the left side. We're gonna start off with actually layer 2. Let's see, starting with P4B. Yeah, the charcoal ink first. So we're doing layout front 2. So this is layer 1. And that one has these 2 bold ones here because we're going to start with the charcoal ink first. Okay. And then it's got that little kitty corner. You've got this striped one here and this bold one here. This is the first step. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Move that over. And I'm lining up that edge of those open little slots there to the very top of my card. And that's how I'm measuring out. So some of it's going to fall off the side, and that's just fine. That's okay. Let's see, make sure. Oh, that feels right. Okay. I'm going to add our washi. This is our last washi use of this project. Down right there. So just these little corners are coming off of the edge of your card base, the front. Okay, that's how I know how to line it up. So when you see the sample, they're not sharp edges because they've fallen off the side. So this one down here, you're only seeing like a quarter of that quadrant. Okay. I was ready to rock and roll. We're going to bring in the charcoal ink. That's charcoal. And the charcoal brush. I still have it here. And we're going to go bold right into that. Okay. Charcoal is the first step. So pretty.
It's funny about the shoes you were saying earlier. I have one daughter who cannot put her shoes away no matter what, and she has the most pairs of shoes of anyone in our house. And I find myself getting after her a lot, but I've also discovered I'm the one who leaves my shoes by the door because I'm a walk in the front door and take my shoes off kind of person. Like that's just what I do. But she's she'll leave them on the stairs or foot of the stairs in the hallway, just anywhere, under the kitchen table, by the kitchen door,
Yeah.
wherever she happens to kick them off. And like I said, she has more shoes than anybody else, probably all of us put together.
Well, some households don't have like especially in the Polynesian culture, you're not supposed to wear your shoes inside. And like all of our in-laws, my husband's family's Polynesian, so all of them have
piles and piles of shoes at the front door. Piles. And some of them have tried like having like organization bins and things because you're not supposed to wear your shoes inside. But I just, oh, I couldn't, that's one of the culture things I could not adopt. No, I mean, I'm okay
You
to
keep your
take,
shoes on in the house.
I'm okay to take my shoes off at the front door of other people's homes, but I have a shoe closet, like probably like 10 steps from the front door, maybe 20. And that's where the shoes go.
Oh, awesome.
I don't want them out. I want them in the closet.
We take ours off when we walk in the house too, and I have a big basket there, and then every couple days I just go put them all away. But my husband, bless his little heart, cannot put the shoes in the basket. He takes them off right next to the basket and leaves them sitting there like the toes of them are touching the basket. And we've been married almost 39 years, and I don't think it's ever changing. So every day I walk past and drop the shoes in.
That's so funny. Yeah, we have hardwood floors, so I'm not worried about the carpet, you know. And I have a mat at the front door, like a, you know, to hopefully wipe your feet. But yeah, I'm not about the shoe piles at the front door. But I am constantly getting after the two that are left at home to put their shoes away. Constantly. Okie dokie. Okay, whew. Did that. We're going to rotate this one 180 degrees, but on the back side. So I'm going to show you. If we're still holding on to the same one, okay? So we're putting that back down. So remember, I was just cleaning it. So this is how it was originally, okay? Now we're going to rotate, rotate, rotate. Oh, we're not flipping it. We're just rotating it. So all we did was rotate it. That was it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so let's go ahead and I just want to make sure I've got it right. Yeah, we're doing Lagoon ink next. So this is lining up next to that. This is lining up next to this one. Let me bring it just a little bit more. You just want to make sure all the little pieces are lined up how you want them next to each other. Yep, that looks great. So I'm going to bring in, I already have some Lagoon washi here. I'm going to bring in that Lagoon washi. See, it was worth saving all my Lagoon piles over here. All my little washi piles. Is that another Lagoon? Hey, you guys are doing awesome. You're hanging in there. This was a biggie. Okay. I think
So
we're good.
many people are so appreciative for this live too, saying how complicated the cards or how intimidating they seemed, but how watching them come together helps them see that it's totally doable and not as
Totally
hard as they
doable.
thought.
Well, good. I'm glad. Thank you. All right, we're doing Lagoon ink now. And we were using the same stencil. It's just rotated 180 degrees. These colors are also so pretty. The Lagoon is vibrant, and then the Glacier makes it soft. Quadrants. So many possibilities with these stencils.
And that's what we love. We had makers design these 4 workshops, and they're all so different. So different, which is awesome. Okay. Bottom one's got a proper. Okay, I feel good about that. Let's take that off. Okay. Look how pretty that is. Clean that and clean that off. Piles of papers and tissues and napkins and wipes. Worth it. This is why you go to Costco to buy baby wipes for your craft room.
Yes.
I remember when we were in the diaper phase, it was always so great to have packages of wipes like in our van on trips and things that we'd use them for everything.
Everything.
And I always said we'd always have them, but now we don't have them anymore. I don't know what happened to our resolve to keep on buying baby wipes.
I'm surprised. You know, Dan and I are old people. We're grandparents, and we still have wipes at our house
I do
because I
too.
use them for so many
Me
things.
too. Same. I do too.
Brian, you got to go get some wipes.
Okay, let's go back to our project base part. This is what we were working on. And now we're bringing in layer 1. That's why I got a little confused. Okay, so it's this way. So now we've got those double stripes here, that little open quadrant there, that's the top, okay? And we are lining up. We're going to be doing honey butter next. Hold on. Hold the phone. Let's make sure I've got this right. I know this is the right one. I just get a little turned around sometimes. Brian, get your eagle eyes out for me. I feel like I'm missing something, but I know I'm looking at it right. Let me make sure I didn't put the wrong one. This is layer 1. Layer 1 front. Layer 1 front. It happened to Karen too the other day, so I don't feel so bad when it happens to me. Okay, I got it. So layer 1 this way, but then you have to flip it like this. Okay, so here's the front top part. So the instructions don't show you that it's been flipped, and it doesn't tell you. So I should have written that down in my notes. But it is layer 1, but it's not the front. It's flipped and it's the back side. And the reason I know that is because I'm looking at this stripe, and those are both honey butter. And then I've got this little solid quadrant right there, and that's what I'm looking for. Okay. And then let's look at the bottom and see how these line up. Yep, this is the right one. So this stripe down here, right here next to this lagoon piece, and then a little bit of the stripe. So you can see the pieces that kind of fall off the edges, and that's what I want. That's exactly what I want. So I must have been late when I was practicing and I didn't write it in my notes, but now I remember. It's another little miss in the instructions, but we got it. It's flipped in the back side of layer 1. Okay, we're using honey butter. And we're doing bold colored honey butter. So directly onto our stencil. And then the last color we're going to use is Glacier.
So I was driving into the office today and saw the reader boards were talking about heavy traffic expected for next weekend. Central Utah is going to have the annular eclipse viewing area, and they're expecting some major delays for eclipse traffic next Friday.
Next
So,
Friday.
Yeah, the eclipse is on Saturday, but they're expecting people to be driving on Friday. So
Where are they saying is the best place in Utah to be able to see it?
I'm not sure where the best place is. People are going down, I think, like Richfield area and about that band. I know I read a story about somewhere just over the border in Nevada that was going to be a hot spot too.
Well, I'm actually going to Nevada, so that's crazy that I'm going to be in all the traffic. I'm going to go see Lionel Richie in concert. Woo!
You heading to Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Are you going down on Friday? Because you're going to hit some
Yes,
traffic.
I'm
Sounds
going
like.
to on Friday. But I'm going the opposite direction, so maybe? Or not.
Well, if you're going farther south of it, then because the eclipse is going to be south of where we are.
Friday. Well, I'm going after work, so.
Yeah.
What time's the eclipse?
Well, it's Saturday morning.
Oh, okay.
So, but there's going to be heavy traffic. They're saying Friday next week for people traveling to be in position for it. Uh-oh,
Gotcha.
that could mess up your Lionel Richie plan,
Man.
or at least make it more of a headache to get down there.
Yeah. Well, good to know. Glad I was here for that info. Thanks, Brian. You want to send my husband a kissy face emoji now too?
I just remember we went up for the full eclipse that they did.
Yeah, I
happened
remember that
in
one.
southeastern Idaho.
Yeah.
And it was on a Monday. It was the day before school was going to start. And I remember the traffic coming home from that was pretty terrible. We were just south of Idaho Falls, and it probably took us 3 hours to get to Blackfoot, which is like 45-minute drive away or something. It was atrocious. But hey, it was worth it to be there for the eclipse.
Okay. We've got, this is still layer 2, or yes, layer 1, sorry, layer 1. And look how open it is on this side. That's the side we need up. And this little quadrant is open here, and then you've got the stripe and the stripe. So the instructions show this is the front, layer front. So we're just flipping it. This is layer back. Okay. So we're going to put that here. And this is going to have the glacier ink. Okay. And some of that quadrant's going to come off the edges, which is what we want. That's the look we're looking for. That looks just about right there. Okay, I'm almost out of washi, so this is the last of the stenciling. That is right. Yep, that's gonna look so pretty. So we're gonna use the glacier on this one. There we go. Glacier. I think we're good. All right, we're gonna do the glacier. Get the glacier brush. Start off over here on that corner. And this one doesn't need a lot of layers because it's more on the lighter side anyway. I'm just trying to hit those edges with the most ink so it gives me a little bit of that shading shadow look. That's what I'm doing. Almost done. It's so pretty. Like the result is amazing. Worth the effort. Okay, just about done. There.
Monica, someone's asking, does your back hurt?
No, now that I took my shoes off, I'm good. I'm on these like foam mats. You know, like the ones that you use for standing a long period of time. And it really does help. They really do. So, and I have good shoes that I normally don't. Okay, that's it. But look at that, you guys. How pretty is that? So pretty. And it's done. Okay, now we're going to assemble the card. Let's do it. Oh, let me clean off my work. Ink transfer. Okay. Now we're going to put together the card. So let's bring in our black cardstock for 4 and for card 4, project 4, 4A. Let me bring the card in so you can see the final result. So we're going to go ahead and add this piece onto this card front. You become an expert after doing this for so many times. But I do feel a lot more confident with the stencils now going through this whole process. It's awesome. Okay. We've got our sentiment and our black cardstock. That to the center. I'm going to add some 3D foam tape to the back of this. Now we're going to add our flowers. Let's get our flowers and leaves. We've got a large leaf right here. And you can add your clear shimmer to these as well to add just a little bit of punch and spark. It's really subtle, but it's really pretty. Okay. I'm doing half of it on 3D foam tape and half of it on just normal adhesive. Bring it a little more over to the side. Okay, then let's go ahead and add this half flower. No, actually, let's do the large leaf first. This one. I'm just going to do some adhesive and a little bit of 3D foam tape on the top of that leaf, because part of it is leaning on what's already been 3D foam taped. Go. Now you've got this leaf here. Same thing, half and half. Because part of it's leaning on the piece that's already up with 3D foam tape. Okay, then we're going to add this half flower. Overlapping just a little. And then the large flower. And that doesn't need any 3D foam tape. It's mostly on that popped up piece anyway. Okay, now we just need our paper board. So we're going to do this leaf right here that has 2 leaves on it with a little bit of a line in the middle of them. I'm going to add that. right under there. Then we're going to add another one with the little sprigs that have circles on the tops, the tips of them. It also has a line. Let's add some adhesive. Tops. This one would have been a good one to add adhesive to while it was on the backing, but it's all right, we got it. Okay. And then a butterfly. We're going to do the small butterfly. And that one, it has 3D foam tape on it. Just a sliver of 3D foam tape. Actually, I'm going to cut this in half. Overlapping both both flowers. Okay, I'm gonna get my card front, or my card base, sorry, mount it on the end, fold in to give you a perfect fold every time. Let's add some adhesive to the back of this one. And we are done with project 4. And we are done with the event. Yay! So cute, so beautiful. Lots of learning with stencils. All right, let's see what the giveaway is for this session. We have the Cozy Up card making stamp and thin cut. Yeah, lucky, lucky. If your name is on the following slide, it means that you are getting this free, for free, from Close to My Heart. You are the lucky winners of the Cozy Up card making stamp and thin cut. If you are a customer, then you need to email Close to My Heart, ctmhoffice@closetomyheart.com. And if you are a maker, we'll just add it so that you can have it as an option to add to your next order. Okay, that is the end of Sending You Hugs workshop. Wow, thank you so much to Jennifer Smith, who designed this beautiful workshop. And of course to Karen Pedersen, who did all the cutting and stamping. So much work, labor of love, gorgeous cards. Thank you to Brian and Cassidy helping out on comments. And of course, Ashley, thank you so much for, it's always hard re-entry back to work after vacation, but we're glad you made it in. Okay, everyone, on behalf of everyone here at Close to My Heart, have a wonderful, fantastic rest of your evening or day, and we will see you for day 3 tomorrow, 2 p.m. Mountain Time, right here for the next workshop. Awesome. See you then.